Hello. Hi. Hello. I am here now. We are going to be starting Virche Evermore. This is going to be the seventh part I've done so far. We have gone through two of the six stories. We have done Mathis's story and we have done Lucas's story, and we have found out that all the good endings are hidden. You can't get a good, there's no such thing as a happy ending right now in Virtue Evermore. Every ending is bad, and all the twists are pretty twisty. This story alone, I've explained this to so many people now that I know in real life because I'm telling everybody about what game I'm playing, and this is such a twisted and dark world that they have created. Like, the premise alone, everybody dies at 23. They created a technology that you can clone your body, and then that body can live another 23 years. But you have to buy that body. You have to be able to pay for that, and that can be really expensive. And a lot of people stress about it because if you don't do it, you die, and they don't want to die. So there's so much. That's already such a dark premise. And then we're keen in the fact that the protagonist in this story is death, or like is related to death, but her powers of death right now are being, oh gosh, they're being blocked off. Like they're not activating because she is friends now with the gatekeeper of death, and he's just trying to do her a solid, like, hey, let's kill a little less. It almost feels like a strange add-in to the whole story. Like maybe it wasn't even necessary, but it's interesting and it's as a whole, and then everything within this realm has been so interesting. So on top of all of that, we have Lucas, who is a serial killer killing relivers, which is the people who come back from their 23rd year as a clone of themselves with their memories inserted. And the reason he does that is because when you become a clone, certain emotions are gone. You just don't have them anymore. And he witnessed a friend of his murdering his own sister because he became a reliver, and he no longer doted on his sister. He saw her as a burden. And so he didn't want to become a reliver for that reason. Solid. You don't need to be a reliver. You can die at 23 if you want to. That's fine. But to go out of your way to murder people, wild. Wild ride. And I understand he was doing it to save his sister. At least he thought he was saving his sister. He joined a cult. It's a whole thing. Um, but yeah, it's a lot. There's a lot going on in this game. And then in Mathis's story, Mathis is even a real person. He's not even real. He's a creature created by another person out of sheer desperation and sadness that they lost their loved one. So much. So I'm really curious what's going to happen next, because we got just so much. But I do feel that Sheen's story is going to have a lot more information about what's going on in this world. So I'm pretty excited about that, only because there's still so much we don't know. And then once we do Sheen's story, we're going to be able to do Eve's story. There are 6 stories total. After Eve's, there is Adolphe, who is our main character's like brother. He's lived in the same orphanage. He takes good care of her. They're friends. Oh goodness, it's gonna be a wild ride. I haven't took a screenshot of this. I also actually haven't looked to see if I can turn that sound off. I hate it, but it keeps playing. So yes, we are ready to see what Sheen has in store for us.
それは見たこともない不思議な衣をまとう旅人だった。
There was a traveler wearing exotic close. Get to screenshot that.
彼に出会った男は渇望する。
Oh, that's right.
人々を救うための技術を、
Everybody in this story has had a book. So there is this traveler, that's what they're talking about here. When he came to this island, he brought with him 4 books. Hang on, my voice is going to crack. And each of those books contained knowledge from the outside world that they could utilize here for technology and power and to do things. Specifically on this one, Sheen has the one for genetics, and that is how he learned to create reliver technology. His grandfather started the project, his father worked on it too, and he perfected it. So, and they all use this same book for that information. So that's what this is referring to. Every storyline we have played so far has had access to one of these books. In Mathis's books, there was another book about more genetic coding, which is what he used. Not Mathis, but his butler Jean, who is actually Camille, who was the actual heir. Really complicated. Used that to create Mathis. And then in Lucas's story, they had the same thing where they had one of the books, and their book was specifically about martial arts. And in Sheen's family, not Sheen's family, sorry, in Lucas's family, they have uncanny abilities. They are super strong. If you haven't watched it, go ahead and go back, watch Lucas's story. But they're so strong. They're superhuman. They're like almost alien strong. It's wild how strong they are. Which is why he is such a wonderful murderer. Mass murderer. So the man who met pleaded for the power and technology to save the people.
旅人は後悔した。正しき命のあり方など教えるべきではなかったのだと。
The traveler regretted later, thinking that he shouldn't have taught the man the true way of life. The
旅人は
traveler
男を恐れ
ran
ひ
in
たすら
fear.
に逃げる。
I
どうか
asked,
私が授けたこの書で悪魔を生み出す前に
my bad, I
自
keep
ら
reading
の
ahead.
過ちに気づいてくれ。
I ask that you realize that you have gone astray before I create demons using the book I gave you.
でなければいつか
One day,
君たちの力、人間の魂を持たぬ悪魔が生まれてしまうだろう。
from your very blood, you will bear a demon without a human soul. Ooh. So to become a reliver, they have to clone your body. Cloning takes some time. I think they said they can usually do just 1 a day. They have been working on getting it to where there can be 2 a day. It's very expensive. And then on top of that, they have to upload your memory because really your body, it's almost like Detroit become human. You're not really human anymore when you become one of these, and that's why your emotions aren't always attached to your character, to your person after the transformation. And just like real life and how people are, there are bad people who become relivers, but there are people who become relivers and are just wonderful people. In this game, we have our mama, and she is a nun basically who runs an orphanage for children, and she loves all of her kids, which is weird because they're not supposed to have that emotion, but she is very protective of every child she takes in. So she's a great example of how not every reliver is bad, but in the contrast with Lucas's character, because he's so evil, it's another person that you can be like, oh, this is a human who is killing people, so people aren't that great either. Anyways, that's just my thought. Headgear on. Extracting current memories from frontal lobe, initiating backup system. Success. Initializing clone body, culturing using existing somatic cells, constructing heart for memory installation. Defense system Added to heart, initializing installation of backup data to brain. Success. Difference from original confirmed at 0%. Initializing clone sequence.
そうか。では、この俺は用済みだな。
I see. Then this version of me is obsolete.
だが念のために確認はしておこう。処分してもいいな。
Then
シア
again,
ン・ブロフィワーズ。
Brofiise. Then again, I should confirm that just in case. I can discard you, right, Sheen Brofiise?
ああ、好きにしろ。俺もとっととこの劣化した肉体を放棄したい。
Yeah, suit yourself. I want to get rid of this deteriorating body too. Another thing I have a thought about in this because they recycle their bodies. If you've ever watched The Prestige, and if you haven't, cover your ears for a second. I will lower my hand when I'm done explaining it. Um, in The Prestige, Hugh Jackman characters has created a machine with Tesla's powers to he wanted to teleport, but instead it clones the person. And in that movie specifically, he does an act every night where he is basically encapsulated in water and he escapes, but he doesn't. It's just his body dies and he is cloned. And he's terrified of this because he doesn't want to drown, but he has no memory of drowning because he teleports. And so his biggest fear is like, am I the one in the box or am I the one on the stage? And this gives me that same vibe because you have to die to be cloned in this game. Your body has to be 100% there. If you're missing any parts, you can't have those parts anymore. I've lowered my hand. You can. So like some part of you is still in the other body. Um, so it's very interesting. Suit yourself. I want to get rid of this deteriorating body too. Very well then. He's murdering his other body. With my former body's consent, I killed it after my experiment, wiping away the blood that splattered in the process. In a matter of seconds, I scanned through all the information transferred to my new body.
人格、知識、記憶、肉体の状態。いずれ
Personality,
もオリジナルから変化なし。
knowledge, memories, physical condition, no different from the original. Also, in this world, when you become a clone, you have a marking on your body, which is why he has a tattoo on his neck. That is his mark. I was Sheen Brophy, without a doubt. The coding in my artificial brain confirmed that I wasn't a fake, but the original. That said, my heartbeat sounded irregular. Or rather, my artificially created heart was beating with a different rhythm than what was listed in my specifications.
やはりメモリーに持ち越せる感情の容量はこの程度か。
Seems I can't transfer any additional emotions as part of my memory.
可能なら余計な感情をすべて削ぎ落としたかったが、それではただの肉塊人形になるからな。
I would have preferred to go away with all the emotions, but that would just turn me into a flesh puppet. Well, the results were a success. I wasn't too interested in emotion since I wasn't an emotional person to begin with. Most importantly, it was a profound success.
これで23年と1秒の生存。
Still alive at 23 years and 1 second. I've gone past 23 years of age. It was proof that it was possible to escape the foolish curse of death.
いざ迎えるとあっけないものだな。
Well, this is anticlimactic. The person lamented for so long that they must someday succumb to the curse. Out of boredom, I decided to take over my grandfather's and father's research, but it wasn't difficult at all. I was able to complete their research and put it into practical applications within a few months. I couldn't imagine them devoting their whole lives to figuring out something so simple.
何が救いだ、つまらんな。
Salvation, my
こ
ass.
れは実質ただの延命処置だろ
It was just a way of extending life, that's all. Indeed, I had merely survived my own
こ
experiment.
れでは本当の意味で人間を生かしたことにはならない。
This isn't the true answer to restoring life to the human body.
すなわち死からの逃避。俺は断じて勝利などしていない。
This is just a means of escaping from death. I haven't won at all of this. This was boring, and I needed more. My newly created brain was telling me that I could attain greater heights, which was why.
バカバカしい。死神の呪いなどあるものか。
Absolutely stupid. There's no such thing as the curse of death.
今やこの世を滑るのは神などではなく人間の英知であり、すべての不可解には理由がある。
He's got a lot to say today, by himself to his dead body. No god rules this world, and only human wisdom prevails, which can't explain reason behind the unreasonable. So in order to prove
余
that,
計な感情などすべて切り捨て、呪いとやらに挑んでやる。
I will get rid of my useless emotions and face this so-called curse. This boring extension of my life was simply to buy me more time to conduct my research. That said, when I finally uncovered the truth, what emotion would arise in me? No. Aw, he's so cute. His name almost looks like science. The wall clock told. I forced open my eyes after almost falling asleep with papers in my hand.
今の記録は
That record. It was a recreation of when I used my own body to establish reliver technology. I could hardly call it a dream. After all, I had no real attachment to the record saved inside my mind. I got up, triggering a landslide of paper that fell over several pieces of bread on the floor.
さて、仕切り直すか。
Now then, back to work. I picked up a piece of bread and shoved it into my mouth before activating the system screen. On the screen were the autopsy results of whatever remained of Barreau's body after it was recovered. I had already confirmed that he had no backup data, but
あの体躯には不釣り合いな人間離れした身体能力。
his physical attributes and abilities were far beyond what his body could bear.
変死事件などよりよほど興味深いな。
This
俺の
is
研究にも使えると
more
思ったんだ
interesting
が。
than those strange deaths. If only I could have used this body. It was taken away by the royal family so that they could make an example of him.
せめてバックアップとの照合だけではなく、遺伝子の回収まで持っていきたかった。
Since we are kind of far along into this, in the original prologue, the serial killer known as Barreau had been destroying evidence of the things he had killed. Things, people, they were people, in order to hide the truth. And Sheen wanted to get one of those bodies so he could investigate it. In the process, though, all the bodies got destroyed. A bunch of people died. And then they decided to try and trick Barreau into coming out of hiding so that they could capture him. And instead, as they were about to capture him, someone far away threw a bunch of acid on his body, causing him to decompose right in front of them to the point that they could not recognize his face. In Lucas's story, we find out that Lucas is the actual original Barreau and that they would use stand-ins to allow him to be present during that time so people would not suspect him as Barreau. And then later on, Barreau comes back in the story. So this is what he is currently talking about, is the body that they found, unknowing that it isn't actually Barreau himself. I should have collected samples of his genes instead of just scanning his body to reference with my
こういう
database.
時だけは連中も仕事が早い。いや、俺の運が悪いのか。
Those idiots only work efficiently at the worst possible times, or maybe it was just out of luck.
まさか、あの豊島が庇護する小娘が引き起こした不幸の一端でもあるまいし。
That old bag's orphan is so unlucky that nearly every problem is being pinned on her. Old bag in this situation is my mother. Orphan is me. I crossed my legs, which again triggered an avalanche, this time over my dirty lab coat. He also apparently has the messiest room alive, and my character wanted to literally go there and clean. I carefully watered the flowers in the garden, careful not to touch the lycris. The dewdrops of the petals beautifully reflected the sunlight, and the flowers did their best to reach the heavens. So, lycris flowers in this game are considered a bad omen. Everyone in this world dies, not world, but city dies at 23, no matter what. But if you were to pluck a lycris flower, you would die sooner because it's bad luck and it will make you sick. The dewdrops of the petals beautifully reflected the sunlight. The flowers did their best to reach the heavens. Among the flowers were a few that had their heads down. The flowers around here grow quite slowly. Maybe this isn't enough nutrition in the soil. I can probably ask Eves his opinion. I heard footsteps from outside the fence and looked up to see who it was. My eyes met those of a woman who lived in the neighborhood, passing me by chance. Normally, I would have ran away before she got spooked by me presence, but hello? Hello. She responded quietly to my best effort at greeting her. She actually said hello. As I watched her take off at a brisk pace, I reflected on the changes that had happened around me recently. She's bad luck. She has caused an actual fire and multiple deaths. People have gotten sick. She's almost like a living embodiment of a lycris flower. But Anku, who I love, is repressing. That's it. Her powers right now, so that she is not killing people by being by them. It seemed my involvement in chasing after Barreau had a greater impact on the people of Cohen. Many who had sought to exile me from the district were suddenly silent. In addition, the hateful glares I encountered had turned into people merely moving away from me. I knew I should welcome the change in a positive manner, but unfortunately, I also knew that these kinds of things didn't last long. When people started dying from the mass murdering, she got blamed a lot.
あの夜、私は君の自死を止めた際、とある術を君の身にかけ、
That night, when I stopped you from committing suicide, I cast a certain spell over you.
一時的に死神としての力を抑え込むことに成功した。
I was successful in suppressing your powers as death for the time being. And that's the reason nothing bad has
少
happened.
々運も絡むが、私の力によるところが大きい。
Though luck does play a factor, your current circumstances are largely owed to me.
しかし、この術にも限界がある。一定期間が過ぎ効果が切れれば、
Your powers have its limit once the time comes.
君はまた人に死を招く死神に戻ってしまうだろう。
You will return to your form as death and again bring demise to those around you. The peace I enjoyed now was given to me by the Watchman of Death. I had since returned to the same lycris field every so often, but hadn't managed to encounter him again. Once the effects of his spell wore off, I would return to being a source of misfortune to the orphanage and those around me. In the orphanage, there's a character who has no face because they didn't feel like it, and his name's Milo. When the game began, he was sick in bed, coughing, and he would curse my name. Just saying, he might pop up. In any case, I didn't want to become a threat to Mother or Milo or any of the children now that had finally started to settle. As I continued watering the plants, I wondered whether I should leave the orphanage before things went south.
水やりは終わったかしら。あなたにお使いをお願いしたいのだけど。
Leah, are you finished with the garden? There's something I want to ask you. Huh? Yeah, I'm done. I quickly put on a smile and set down the watering can before hurrying over to Mother. Do you need me to go to the marché?
いいえ、届け物よ。
No, just a
国
delivery.
立研究所にいるあのろくでなしに、また手紙を届けてほしいの。
I'd like you to deliver this letter to that bastard at the institute. Bastard? The look of disgust on Mother's face made me realize she was referring to Sheen. I was surprised to find out that your relationship with Sheen. What do you usually write to him about? I asked her casually as I accepted the
大
letter.
した内容じゃないわ。あいつの気まぐれに応じて、ちょっとした近況報告をし合ってる程度よ。
Nothing special, really. We simply exchange reports on how things are going based on his request for
あ
information.
の男、セルネボルどころか、めったに研究所から出てこないから。とにかく、外界の情報に疎いのよ。
After all, he rarely ever leaves the facility, let alone Chernobyl. He is ignoring his ignorance about what happening. He's ignorant about what's happening in the outside world. And now that you mention it, he did mistake Eve and Hugo when we first met him.
新聞も取っていないみたいだし、厳密には興味がないという方が正しいかもしれないわね。
He doesn't read the newspapers, so I hardly think he takes much interest in current events at all. Mother let out a deep sigh when suddenly from behind her.
ねえ、そのお使い、私も一緒に行っていい？
Girl D, can I go run the errand too? One of the girls at the orphanage slyly peeked out from behind Mother's long
あら
skirt.
あら。
Oh my. How surprising. Were you hiding behind Mother the whole time?
最初からお姉ちゃんとお話ししてみたくて。
From the beginning. I wanted to talk to you, sis. To me?
あなたがよく笑うようになったから、一緒に遊んでほしくなったのかしら。
Sheen, my husband, literally just woke up. I woke up a little bit ago. We've only just started, so it's still the prologue of the chapter. So nothing too crazy. Only one video. Not one video. Only one CG so far. Perhaps she wants to play with you now that you're smiling more
あなた
often.
さえよかったら、一緒に連れて行ってあげてくれない？
If you don't mind, can you take her with you? The young girl nodded. This was another change that occurred after the series of incidents. I was very happy to see the young girls muster enough courage to voice her sweet request. I bent down a bit to reach her eye level. Cernavel has a lot of cars and people, so it's easy to get lost. I need you to stay right next to me. Can you promise me that?
できるから一緒に行く。
Yeah, I can. I can do it. Let's go
お
together.
姉ちゃんを死神っていう人がいたら、私が怒ってあげるからね。
If anyone's mean to you or calls you names, I'll get mad at them. Could this girl have an actual name? Like the young girl spoke cheerfully and let go of Mother's skirt to grab my hand. Thank you. But you could be dangerous, so you can just talk to me about feeling mad, okay? I wanted to protect the girl who had been frightened of me for so long. If only I knew her name, but I'm not going to ask it. I wasn't much of use now, but wasn't there anything I could do for her? My brain, I'm not reading words like words anymore. We walked through Shadis to the Cornaval. I can't even. It was filled with various medical centers, apothecaries, and clinics. There were some smaller research facilities in the area around which researchers with pale faces hurried about. On rare occasions, larger vehicles carrying medicine and other materials for experiments also passed us. It seemed they were designed for load capacity rather than comfort, and were completely different from the Mathis' cars.
あれ、車でしょ？ゆか先生がくれた教科書に書いてあった。
Wow, that's a huge thing. It's a car, right? I saw one in a book that Monsieur Proust showed us. That's right. If it hits us, it'll hurt a lot, so we shouldn't get in its way. Okay. This is not the best side. Good morning. How are you? While holding her hand, I arrived at the institute for the first time in a week.
はい、こちらは確かに。差出人の申請は通っておりますので、該当の職員までお届けしておきます。
See, Guard A makes sense, but why am I traveling with a little girl who's just named Girl D? Thank you very much. We received your prior notice from the sender, so we'll There's words, and it is 7:30 a.m. I'm not here yet. Thank you very much. We received prior notice from the sender, so we will promptly process the delivery. Thank you very much. Good morning. How you been? And sis and kiddo. Kiddo's good. Kiddo's annoying. Sister's good. I don't know how long it's been since I spoke to you. She did get a promotion. She's now like technical side at her job, so she's been really enjoying that. So yeah, and then now I run a different store than I used to run. How about you? How are you? I saw you said you had oh goodness, surgery recently. How are you feeling? Thank you very much. As usual, the guard kept the conversation simple. I haven't seen Sheen since back then, so I was hoping I could at least say hi. Then again, I didn't have high expectations. Asking to deliver a letter in person to a recipient was likely prohibited. It really was a rarity to have a chance of seeing someone as important as
お
Sheen.
姉ちゃん、見て見て、お城。あそこに王様や王子様が住んでるの？
Her name could be Hana. She could be anything, but no, she's Girl D. Sis, look! The castle. Do the king and the prince really live inside? Yeah, for all I know, they may even be looking at us from the window right now. Yeah, I heard both of you, and I didn't do the surgery yet. I was expecting the new job to have 1 week of training and turned into 6, so waiting till after that. What? I'm surprised to let you reschedule it like that, but I'm sorry to hear that. But training's fun. Are you enjoying it so far? The young girl exclaimed innocently and waved her hand in the direction of the castle located behind the institute. Just don't look up too high and lose your balance. I wasn't able to see Sheen, but seeing her so happy was more than worth the...
こちらの女性をですか？
Why would you see Sheen at the gate?
承知いたしました。
Huh? You mean her?
す
Understood?
みません。ただいまではなく、内部の研究員から通信が入りまして。
Excuse me, I mean, one of the researchers just contacted
あ
us.
なたに用事があるので、この場でしばらく待機しておいてほしいとのことです。
He asked that you please stay a little longer while he has something to discuss with you. Yeah, I made some really good money at the job. Was easy. It's all in-app, so no phone calls and only emails app questions. Are you recruiting me? I'll go. I'm easy to convince. That's fun too. At our work we now have a chat feature too for when we have like issues. Instead of having to call into like a help desk being like, hey, my computer's not working, you can open up a chat and they'll like do the same things they do when you call, and it's a lot faster. He asked that you please stay a while longer since you have something to discuss with you. Huh? Me? Not this girl D over here? Maybe it's Tahat. I haven't seen him in a while either. Of course you would assume. I waited for Tahat as instructed. It's not Tahat, okay? It said director, not director deputy.
やはりお前か。その金髪は遠目にもよく目立つな。
I knew it was you. Your blonde hair stands out even from a distance. Sheen? I did want to see him, but... My husband! I know. There he is. He's alive. I was explaining at the beginning before you got here, like, the different things going on. Just like, here's a recap of all the nightmares we've been through. Let's get ready for the new nightmare. I didn't expect he would actually leave the building in his sloth-like manner. As I looked on in a stupor...
お姉ちゃん、このおじちゃん、誰？
Sister? Is he your uncle? Uncle? My face immediately went pale at her innocent question, but Sheen didn't seem concerned by how he was addressed.
ついてこい。
Follow me. With that, he quickly turned around and headed back inside. Could it be that he's inviting us into the institute? We haven't signed the waiver. My little girl D cannot come in. The guard quickly produced 2 passes and gave them to us so that we could chase after him. Classic. Why in the world? Walking with Sheen was like making us stand out even more. I said like, that wasn't in there. Walking with Sheen was making us stand out even more. I could tell the staff members were giving us strange looks as we followed behind him.
まったくなぜ俺がこんな手間を。
Damn it, why do I have to do this? After the stream, I literally thought I had a bad dream about this game. I totally had a dream that night that was like this game in like different concepts of things happening. Like it was very unsorted. Like I couldn't even work out my dream, but it was totally about this. Sheen was mumbling something as we made our way down the corridor. He didn't reprimand us for following him though through the research area. And why would he reprimand you? He told you to follow him. We finally arrived in front of his laboratory. I felt a tug on my
お姉
sleeve.
ちゃん、
Sis?
なんだかこのお部屋から変な匂いがする。
I don't know why, but this room smells weird because it's dirty. Because it's dirty as hell. Huh? I took a cautious sniff. She's right. I can smell something coming from inside. Sheen, are you experimenting with some medicine in here?
見ればわかる。
You'll find out soon enough. It was clear from his tone that he didn't want to explain as he threw open the door. Behind the door was an effing nightmare. What the? A sea of decay. AKA an effing nightmare. Just one look made me realize the source of the pungent smell. This place smells worse than last time. I wonder how long he had left his lab coats hanging over the sofa. Given that he was a researcher, it was fortunate that chemicals weren't strewn haphazardly around the place, but regardless, this place was a horrible mess.
普段は部屋が荒れても、石灰なダハトが勝手に片付けるんだがな。
That busybody Dahat usually keeps his room clean. As if I wanted to get to the point Sheen crossed his arms. I said I. It's not what he said.
シアンさん、ちょっといいですか？
Sheen! Do you have a moment?
そっちの研究員の皆さんから、シオンさんの資質がとんでもないことになってると聞いて
Oh
るん
yeah,
で
I was
すけ
making
ど、
I make hot sandwiches. I don't know the right word for it is, but I burned myself on my skillet today, so now my hand hurts. Sheen, I love you, but I want little girl D to be. I don't want little girl D to be in your stinky place. Yeah, little girl D does not deserve this. I heard from some of the researchers that your room has become a biohazard, so I came to check it out.
でも大したことないですよね。
It's not as bad as they say, right?
だって僕がこの間、隅から隅までお掃除して、きれいにしてあげたばかりですし。
I mean, it was only recently that I cleaned your room from corner to corner until it was all spick and span, remember?
まさか、いくらダメ人間のシアンさんでも、数日足らずでぐっちゃぐちゃの汚いお部屋に逆戻りなんかしてませんよね。
So there's no chance the place is back to being a garbage heap in just a few days, even with someone as sloppy as you, right?
お前にとってどの程度が汚い部屋の定義に入るのか、実際に目で見てから判定を下せばいい。
I have no clue what you designate as a garbage heap, so just take a look for yourself.
はいはい、それじゃあお邪魔しまーす。
Shaking my head. Fine, fine, coming in. Look at that. Look at that nightmare. That's a lot of books. Those don't even fit on his shelf.
シアンさん、
Sheen?
なんだ、確認したのならとっとと出ていけ。
What? Now you've had to look at the hell out
な
of...
くってば、今まで献身的にシアンさんの私生活を支えてきましたけど、
You know, I've been selflessly working to support you every day. Your everyday wants and needs, but...
さすがに今回はちょっとカチンときちゃったんで、
I have to admit, I'm a bit ticked off right now.
しばらくこのお部屋を放置することにしました。
So I've decided that I'm going to leave this room as it is for a while.
は？
Huh?
僕のありがたさを実感するまで、せいぜいホコリとパンくずにまみれた部屋で生活してください。
You just
Sorry,
breathe in
Jack.
the dust and crumbs until you appreciate how much I do for you. So long! You can beat him, you got my permission.
想像しいやつだな。俺から掃除を強制したことなど一度としてないだろうが。
What was that? I've never forced him to clean this place once. Yeah, he did it because you needed it cleaned.
といった具合で、ダハトが片付けを放棄してから、1週間以上この部屋は放置されているわけだ。
And there you have it. The room has been in this condition for over a week now since Dahat stopped cleaning. Which leads to this less than desirable state. If Dahat were here, I would hug him and praise all his hard work.
汚れや埃程度俺は大して気にせんのだがな。
This place being a little cluttery and dusty doesn't bother me, but
さすがにここまでになると研究や仮眠に支障が出てきている。
it has come to the point where it's beginning to affect my work and sleep. How about cleaning the place yourself? A novel idea.
また汚れるのが確定しているというのに、貴重な体力を使ってまで同じことを繰り返す必要が一体どこにあ
Imagine
る?
just putting things back where you found them. What purpose is there of using precious mental and physical energy to clean a room that will only get dirty again? You have a point, but you're saying its current state is affecting your work and your life.
それを解決するために、偶然窓から見かけたお前をここまで連れてきたんだろう。
Which is why I've brought you here to remedy the situation after seeing you from the window. Which meant
自分が汚したのにお姉ちゃんにお部屋のお掃除しろってこと？
are you telling sis to clean up the room even though you're the one who made it dirty?
ああ、クルーンに依頼してもよかったが、家事に関してはお前の方が長けているのだったと。
Yeah,
あの共同生活でのことを思い出してな。
I would have asked Quran, but I recall how you were better at taking care of daily chores when we lived together. Sheen responded matter-of-factly, not taking any offense to as the innocent girl's questions. It was true that I was good at cleaning and enjoyed the process. I appreciate that, but I don't think it's a good idea for a commoner like me, this woeful, dirty, useless commoner, to be cleaning your room, Sheen. Perhaps it's better to have your custodians or some other staff cleaning your room instead.
いつ俺の命を狙うとも知らん輩を寝食をする部屋に招くぐらいなら。
I refuse to invite anyone who may kill me into a place where I eat and sleep.
素人だと確定しているお前のような小娘を招いた方がはるかにマシだ。
However, a little girl poses no threat and can do the job adequately. Huh? Someone's after your life?
とにかく2時間以内にこの部屋を片付けてみせろ。これは俺からの命令だ。
I knew he would do this. I knew this was going to be the plot, how they got her back in here. Never mind that. I want the room cleaned up in 2 hours. That's an order.
何も清潔にしろとは言わん。以前訪れた際の状態、割と汚い程度に戻せば及第点だ。
I don't mean I want it objectively clean. Just return it to the state of relatively messy that you saw before. That's actually a lot harder to do than just cleaning. At that, Sheen tried to exit the room as though needing to return to work. At least tell me that I shouldn't touch, like paperwork or anything valuable.
システムには厳重なロックがかけてある。散らばっている紙媒体も他の奴らに共有済みの資料だけだ。
Anything important is secured by the system. The only papers scattered around have already been shared with the relative
故に
parties.
見られて困るものはない。
There's nothing here that cannot be seen.
監視システムと警備兵を出し抜ける自信があるのなら、外部に持ち出しても構わんがな。
I didn't say I was going to steal your stuff, my guy. If you're confident you can sneak anything past our surveillance system and security guards, be my guest. I would never do such a thing.
そうか。ではおとなしく清掃に勤しめ。
I see, then hurry up and clean. So mean. And with that, Sheen yawned and left the room. I guess there's no choice. I thought this room was filled with sensitive information,
いい
but
と思う。私もお姉ちゃんのお掃除のお手
thank
伝いする。
God I brought a child slave with me today. Sounds fun. I'm gonna help you with cleaning too. Thank you. If you don't mind, could you help me sweep up a bit from the floor? I retrieved the cleaning tools that were in the corner of the room, no doubt prepared by Tahat. He did say it was an order, so we'll just have to try our best. Stack all the books in one corner, I guess. Armed with the necessary equipment, I valiantly took the most offensive area and strange smells. My first thought was fear that I might break something valuable over the course of tidying up, but wow, this room is going to be a real challenge. It was rare to come across a room as dirty as this. When I first laid eyes on it, it gave me an urge to clean, and now I was finally able to do so. I began picking up the lab coats from the piles nearby so I could get them out of the way. What are these? Strange look as pieces fell on the floor. Girl, you've never seen a puzzle before? Some were solid colors, while others were multicolors with unusual patterns.
お姉ちゃん、その小さいのなら私がいるところにもいっぱい落ちてるよ。
Sis, there's a lot of small colored things everywhere. Really? At first glance, look like a broken scraps to be thrown out, but they're strangely thick and seem to have been made with a purpose. This is Sheen's room, so I guess they're important. We should keep them all in one side. They were really pretty, so if you find more, don't throw them away. Let's see. Can you put them in this empty basket here? They're a little dusty, so we can wipe them down later if we have time. Okay. These poor children. These poor children, quite literally, can't afford a puzzle. 2 hours later, how's it look? Before and after, the book piles. What happened to the books? You didn't get rid of them. They're not in the corner. They're just gone. She threw them away. I would argue this isn't clean with the piles all over the place. I held my breath as he stood beside me.
まあ、旧大点か。
A pass, I suppose. Thank you very much. I regretted not having the time to clean every corner of the room, but we didn't break anything, so I'm glad we finished without any problems. I breathed a sigh of relief.
ねえ、おじちゃん、私も。
Hey, how about me, uncle?
うん
私もお姉ちゃんと一緒にお掃除した。
I hope sis cleaning the room
私
too.
のこともちゃんと褒めて。
I want to hear you say I did a good job.
評価ならたった今まとめて告げただろうが。
The evaluation I gave was for the entirety of the work. She looked up at Sheen with innocent eyes.
そうか？よくわかんない。
The valley? I don't know what that means.
お手伝いしたんだから、ママみたいに頭なでなでしてよ。
I helped clean up, so I want you to pat my head, just like Mama.
豊島の真似など誰がするか。
Why would I do anything that old witch does? Sheen's rude words brought tears to her eyes.
おじちゃん、意地悪。
You're such a meanie. She swung her arms around and stomped on the floor. I knew it. What did you know? Now, it'll be all right. When we go back, I'm sure Mother will give you all the pats you... I tried my best to calm her down, reaching out to hold her when... Before I could react, her flailing arms struck an expensive-looking bracelet off the shelf. The bracelet fell, breaking into pieces with jewels scattering across the floor. I went pale, seeing Sheen silently looking at the floor. I'm sorry, it's my fault, so I'll pay whatever damages are due.
ブローを前にしたような顔をするな。お前
He's
は
gonna
俺
make
を
her
何
cry.
だと
I
思っ
was
てい
about
る
to say, don't make her cry. Yeah. He's not a kid person. Don't look at me like I'm Bro or something. Who do you think I am?
こんなケバケバしいだけの腕飾りが壊れたところで誰が口やかましく言
How
う
can a
ものか。
bracelet break? Most of those are like something you're gonna wear. Like I would complain about some random gaudy bracelet breaking. But it looks really expensive.
これは定期会合の際、王家の連中が俺のご機嫌取りのため強引に押し付けてきたものだ。
It was one of the pieces shoved onto me by the royal family for one of our meetings. The purpose was getting me on their good
俺
side.
自身にこんな悪趣味な調度品を集める趣味はない。
I myself have no interest in collecting such tasteless trinkets. Does he wear any jewelry? He's got gloves. He's got a neck tattoo. He really doesn't have any jewelry on. Sheen firmly told me that there was no need for me to pay any damages. He actually stepped on what remained of the bracelet as if it was simply an object in his way. I see. I'm surprised they couldn't tell you weren't interested in something like this, Sheen.
それだけ息汚い連中ということだ。
Shows how shallow these idiots
今ま
are.
では国民と同じくリライバー技術を理由に体力が衰えたからと 些細な理由で肉体を使い捨てにしてきたというのに。
Similar to the masses, they continue to replace their bodies when they feel tired or sick, abusing my reliver
変死事
technology.
件とブローの事件を受け、いつバックアップを受けぬままに死亡するか、今更ながらに危機感を抱いたようでな。
But what happened with Barreau, those fools finally realized the dangers of dying without having a proper
バ
backup.
ックアップの頻度を増やせと、ずうずうしくも命令してきた。
So they brazenly ordered me to increase the frequency of backups. The reaction made sense to me. I can understand the royal family's urgency. Barreau died, but others' deaths were caused by some disease. Then there's no way to prevent its spread.
限度というものがある。自己保身しか頭にない単細胞どもに付き合
Oh,
い
he's
すぎ
got
る
a
か。
sweat drop. There's a limit to what can be done. I don't have time to spend with idiots who are only worried about their own well-being. He seemed completely fed up with working with them, and I could only smile. By the way, are you sure it's okay to share that with me? I had my hands cupped over my companion's ears for a moment. I heard him say the words royal.
本来は許されん。だが俺が許す。
Of course not, though I will allow it this
な
time.
んならクーネに話を広げて王族どもへの指示を奈落にまで落としてくれてもいいぞ。
If you want, you can go ahead and share what I said to the people of Koron, so their support for the royal family plummets.
ただし自己責任でな。不敬罪で捕まっても俺は一切かばわん。
But the consequences are on you. I won't defend you if you're arrested for treason. That's a bold thing to say. I thought we had gotten closer after living together for a brief period, but Sheen was known as a genius, and it wasn't surprising that he was a bit eccentric. The more I talked to him, the more I got the sense that he wasn't easy to understand. Classic. Later, he tossed me a pouch full of money, which I believe was a reward. It wasn't a reward, it's payment. Sheen, I don't need it to defend me. Hello, let me go, cause chaos. Everything's chaos. Upon me catching the pouch, he promptly got his staff to come throw us out of the institute. What an evil king prince character. I didn't have a chance to speak to him properly. Next to me, the young girl tugged hard on my skirt.
私あのおじちゃん嫌い。
I don't like the
おじ
uncle.
いちゃん一生懸命お掃除したのにちゃんとありがとうって言わなかった。
You worked so hard to make the room clean. He didn't even say thank you. He's a meanie. He gave us money, girl. That's more. I like that more. Yes, saying thank you is very important. But he didn't get mad at us when his bracelet broke, right? Even if we didn't mean to break it, I think we're even, don't you? Why don't we let it go for now?
うーん
Let's buy her some ice cream. He gave you money. I did my best to comfort her while wondering if wondering. I changed the word entirely. I did my best to comfort her while wondering if I should tell her that the uncle was a famous founder of reliver technology. I continued to think about it as we made our way back. And you go, Mama, where are you?
うん。
Hmm.
これはあの小娘わざわざすべて拾ったのか。
What? She actually picked them all up.
何かに使えるとは思っていたが。
I figured she was useful, but Oh!
マムからお前の帰りが遅いと聞いて心配して来てみれば。
I have never seen our beautiful mother in this getup, and she is gorgeous. And this looks like I walked in on them when they were doing something. Mother told me you were late. I came over because I was worried.
あの男、本当に自分勝手なんだから。
That's fair. Hey, I sent you to go deliver a letter, and it's been 6 hours. Like, what the F were you doing today? The sun shouldn't be down before you get back. Hang on, I'm crossing my legs again. I either need a lower chair or a higher table. I need one or the other because I always kick it when I cross my legs. Which turns into a whole nightmare. That bastard really is a good for nothing. She's so pretty. She is so pretty. I'm in love with her. Like, Dang. And you can see her tattoo finally, so you know where it's at. It's all over her chest, which is why it's covered when she's wearing her normal outfit. That bastard really isn't good for nothing. After dinner, when the children were all sound asleep, I had some tea with Mother and Adolphe, who were here to spend the night. I reported on my reunion with Sheen and the unexpected work I did at the Institute.
あの男も大
Did
概
you
だ
give
よ。
him the money?
お前も言われるがままに従ってどうする
That guy's a piece of work, but the fact that you listened to him is another problem. I'm sorry, but even if he didn't order me, I probably would have cleaned his room since it was dirty enough to cause health issues.
体調を崩したところで奴なら体を取り替えればいいとでも言うだろ
Even if he got sick, he'd probably just change into a new body. He did have a point, since Sheen mentioned before that the body was just a vessel to house a brain and a heart. I guess Sheen is important enough to make as many backups as he wants.
そうね。王族などよりもよほど高いと思うわよ。
Adolphe is... She is old enough to do what she wants to. It's true, she has her own choices to make, but you know, they care about her. Indeed, far more often than the royal family, I'm sure. Mother seemed to speak coldly every time it was about
彼
Sheen.
は記憶と人格を保持したクローン体という新たな生命を数ヶ月で生み出した。
He managed to find a way to download memories and personalities into clones.
この国の救済者にして比類のない天才だもの。
I know that they say you can't make a clone unless you're dead, but like, if he's such a genius, why didn't he clone himself a couple times? Again, this is, I know it's not allowed, but it wasn't when it first started. He could clone himself multiple times and have multiples of himself, and then they could all be doing different kind of research at the same time because they'd have all his knowledge in his brain. He is this country's savior and a genius like no other.
彼がリライバー技術を生み出さなければ、呪いによる人口の削減に出生率が追いつかず、
Without the Reliver technology, the curse would have decimated the
今
population.
頃この国は完全に滅んでいるか、人口が半分、いえ、半分以下になっていたでしょうね。
The country would have been completely destroyed by now, or at the very least have only half the population it does now.
本音はともかくとして王族どもが媚びへつらうのも道理だな
I'm yawning. It's still too early. It's almost 8 a.m. Whatever their intentions, I can see why the royal family would try to suck up to him. Oh god. I'm trying to say suck him up, that's not right. I'm still surprised I was able to clean his room.
災難にあったと思って忘れろ
Just forget about that disaster.
そうよ。ことあの男に関しては、頭脳の出来以外に信頼は受けないんだから。
He's right. Apart from his intelligence, there's nothing to trust about him. Almost 10 a.m. It's early.
それから、時々研究所に視察に来る王族には、
But I'm going to be able to stream until about 2. It's almost 8, so... I have 6 hours-ish I can stream, so we'll see how far we get. I don't know. I don't know how long it is, but I might be able to get to the end of it. We'll see. My only advice to you is to never get involved with Sheen or the royal family when they visit the Institute. Okay. I don't think Sheen is really as bad as they say. He forgave us for breaking his bracelet. He's fine. And even paid me for cleaning his room. If he really was bad as the others say, he would have acted as if my services were free and not paid me at anything. Mother, I will not listen to your advice. We're literally on his route. I am heading to Sheen no matter what you say, Mama. But I didn't know exactly what he was thinking, so I couldn't refute their opinion of him. Still, he's a savior of the country who saved many lives from the curse of death. The way I saw him, he was the opposite of me since I only caused death and misfortune. Regardless of his personality, he was someone I thought was worthy of respect. I mean, I'll stop yawning someday. You don't know him. Like, at the end of the day, you literally don't know this guy. As far as my chances of interacting with him, As I was getting ready for the day in my room, I heard an unusual sound outside. Wondering who it could be, Mother, Adolphe, and I hurriedly went to discover
死神の小娘、
Maiden of Death.
今日からお前は俺の駒使いだ。
You're my maid starting today. Knew it.
は
Huh? What? I responded a few seconds after them, before I could react. Sheen, Mother might kill you. Again, he had a decree, though. During the prologue, he had a note saying, I'm taking her in. Sheen walked from his large electric car towards me and grabbed my wrist as though to keep me from running. Huh? Confused, I kept looking back and forth between Sheen's face and my wrist.
では行くか。賃金の額面は俺の研究室で提示してやる。
Let's get going. I'll tell you how much you'll make back at the Institute. With that, Sheen tugged on my arm to pull me into the back seat.
今すぐその手を
I
離
heard
せ
the sound of a sword. It wasn't that simple. It should have a sword in his hand. Let her go now. Adolphe intervened, placing his hand on the hilt of his sword.
何のつもりだ。
What's the meaning of this?
それはこっちのセリフだ。何の説明もなしに人の妹を連れ去ろうとしやがって。
Okay, Sheen, I'll do it. If he pays me, I don't mind. I think you do it for free. I should say the same thing. How dare you try to abduct my foster sister in broad daylight?
その男が口うるさく過保護なのはお前が育てた影響か、豊島。
Adolphe, go away. I'm gonna make some money. I bet he's this protective of her because you raised her, you old
割
hag.
のいい仕事を紹介しに来ただけでよくもまあわめくことができる。
I came all the way here with a lucrative job offer, and this is how you treat me?
仕事
Job. Sheen let go, then looked over top to
昨
bottom.
日俺はお前に研究室の掃除を任せたな。
You do remember that I let you clean my room yesterday, right? Yes. Trick question. Wait, did I do something wrong back then?
いや、むしろ逆だ。
On the contrary. Seeing me tilt my head in
俺はお
confusion,
前の掃除の手際をそれなりに気に入った。
I'm actually quite pleased with how well you cleaned it.
よってダハトの機嫌が治るまで俺の衣食住を整える専属の駒使いとして雇いたい。
Which is why I want to hire you as my personal maid to handle the daily chores until Dahat's little tantrum
どう
ends.
だ、施設の職員なんぞより給与は弾むぞ。
So how about it? I'll pay you more than I pay some of the staff at the Institute. Sheen's confidently gave me his job offer. That's...
身を言うかと思えば、そんなしょうもない理由で。
Sheen, once again, I will do it. I accept. She's like, you're already in the car. Let's go. The ridiculous reason for all of this. Adolphe looked wearily upon hearing Sheen's unexpected explanation. Ask Adolphe's opinion. Ask Mother's opinion. Oh dear. Let's go back up to the top, but after that... Oh goodness, I went too far. I went too far. Okay. There we go. I don't care about their opinions. I'm still gonna do it. I mean, it's just an opinion, right? Everybody has one. Let's go with Mama. I have work to do here, so I don't think I can work for you.
この子の言う通りよ。
She's
それに
right. And might I add,
お世話をしてもらおうとしている立場なのに、ずいぶんな態度じゃないの。
for someone in need of help, you had the nerve to treat her so poorly earlier.
一時的な雇用主になる以上、立場は俺の方が上になって当然だろう。
It's only obvious since I am of higher status at her as her
Okay.
employer.
お前も人のことを言える立場か？
And I'm surprised to hear you say that.
一昔前までは、お前も他者に世話をさせて当然といった態度をとっていただろうに。
Are they siblings? Their hair color is ever so similar. And their jawlines have a little bit of similarity to it. I mean, they have completely different color eyes, but I mean, right? You thought so too. Like, it would make sense because, like, you would fight your sibling, wouldn't you? I still remember we acted as though it was only natural for everyone to cater to your whims. Was she ever like that? I wondered if he was referring to when Mother first opened the orphanage. It's been a while. In any case, it seemed Sheen was adamant about taking me back to his place.
これでもなお断るというのなら
If you still refuse,
娘昨日お前の連れが壊した腕飾り
I suppose we'll need to reconsider that broken
あ
bracelet.
れを全額この場で弁償してもらおうか
Are you prepared to pay the full amount now? Huh? Out of his pocket came a single invoice that I had never seen before. We all gasped when we saw the figure listed, which was more than enough for someone in Cohen to live a life of luxury for a few years. Hope they're related. I mean, it would be interesting, and it would be a nice little twist in it. Hey, but you said yesterday that it was
そん
fine.
なこと言った覚えはないな書面での契約や音声データでの証拠でも残っているのなら話は別だ
I don't recall saying that, unless you have proof, such as a voice recording or a written contract.
俺にとってははしたがねだがお前たちクーネの住人にとっては数年かけても払いきれん金額だろう
This is a great example of how this game and this world treats people. Because, like, just this sentence alone, the amount is petty change to me, but for people who live in Cohen, I doubt you could pay it off even if you stayed for
お
years.
前が俺の元で働くというのならある程度減額してやってもいいぞ
But if you work for me, then I can reduce this amount to something more palatable.
あなたね、
Why you? Mother's face turned red with anger. She pulled her arms back as she approached Sheen when...
落ち着けマムさすがに手を出すのはまずい
I can't wait to hear tea about mom. Calm down, mother. You don't want to do that.
話しなさい、アドルフ。この男は一度ぐらい痛い目に遭わないとわからないのよ。
Let me go, Adolph. This bastard needs to know what pain is once in a while. Adolph somehow grabbed her from behind before she could give him a good slap. Mother?
私は絶対に許さないわよ。
I will not let you work for
あ
him.
なたのような男や腐りきった王族が出入りする場所に私の大事な娘を預けるものですか
I cannot let my precious daughter work in a place where men like you and that corrupted royal family skulk around.
ではお前が働きに来るか
And why don't you work in her place?
できんだろうお前はこの国で最もあの場所を意味嫌っているからな
I bet you can't. After all, you hate it there more than anyone else in this
手紙
country.
もこの娘に代わりに届けさせていたことといい
You've been sending her in your place just to deliver those simple letters. What if we want to work for him? Yeah, we have no say in this. We're
身
just...
代わりになる覚悟
just
も
in
な
it.
しに保護者を名乗るとは聞いてあげれる
It's appalling to hear you call yourself her guardian when you won't even do that much. Silence filled the air. Adolph still had Mother held back as I stood silently next to Sheen. We weren't entirely sure what they were talking about, so we looked at each other to see if we could diffuse the situation. Adolph? Knowing Dahat, I doubt he'll stay away for long,
仕方
so
ねえな
it can't be helped. We both nodded at the same time.
それにアドルフまでどういうつもりこの子のことが心配ではないの
You too, Adolph? Aren't you worried about her going with him?
心配に決まってるだろうだがあんたがあまりにも怒るものだから見ているうち
Of
に冷
course
静にな
I
ってきた
am. But your anger is enough for all three of us, so I ended up calming down. It is true, but it was my fault Sheen's property was broken. So it's only fair to work it off the expense since I don't have money.
そういうことだ腹の立つ物言いだが筋違いなことを言われてるわけでもね
We need... Oh, just kidding. It acted like it just popped up a new... Wait, did it? We need the tea. I'm excited for her backstory. Okay, cool. Sorry, I thought it popped up again. There you have it. What he said isn't unreasonable, though he could have worded it
だか
better.
らマム、少し落ち着け。
So, mother, please try to relax.
過去に何があったのかは知らないが、
I take it that
あん
mom
たはどう
only
も
goes there when
こ
she's
の
being
男が関わると
relived.
人が変わったようになる嫌いがあるぞ。
I don't know what happened between you two, but you seem to change whenever he's involved.
その通りだ。被るならもっと賢く猫を被れ。
He's right. If you want to act tough, do it better.
話がややこしくなるから、あんたは黙ってろ。
You're not helping, so just shut up. Mother. Seeing that mother remained silent, I spoke to her carefully. He's only asked me to do his daily chores and nothing more. I don't plan on getting involved in Sheen's work, nor do I think I will ever see anyone from the royal family. In addition, I'm just a strange girl. Sheen, I will
司
literally
祭
let
は
mother
語
slap
れ
you.
ないが、この国にはまだまだ死を招く花の種子が芽吹いてい
Anku,
る。
you could go into a little more detail, okay? I can't go into detail, but there is still a seed of budding flowers that will bring more death to the
この
land.
短い間に君が歩んだ奇跡は、所詮序章に過ぎないの
This
さ。
was just the prologue.
自ら命を絶つ異様な死も、理不尽によって奪うこ
Murder,
の国の呪いに蝕まれ、
death,
あるいは、
deaths that have
まだ
yet to be
一
discovered.
つ。
No one
Right.
of them have been resolved. I hadn't seen him since, but if what he told me back then was true, there was a chance that something besides the curse would cause even more death. In particular, the suicide like death had a chance of reoccurring, and the royal family was well aware of it, which was why they would probably contact Sheen the moment they learned something from the bodies they took away from him. In that sense, it might be for the best that I work close to him in case something happened. Of course, I'll be alright working for you, as long as your rumors about me don't worry you.
なんだ、まだその話を蒸し返すのか？
What? We have to go through this again.
何度も繰り返すが、死神の迷信など俺は信じていない。
I said this before, but I don't believe some rumors about a human death.
本物だというのなら、噂通りこの場で火災や天変地異の一つや二つ。
If you're so powerful, let me see you cause some death and destruction right now.
もっと首相な態度が取れないのか、あんたは。
Can't you word yourself any better? That's Sheen. Soon after, Sheen said he was busy doing other things and headed back to the institute. With the discussion over, I asked Adolphe to come to my room in private. I knew he wouldn't leave me right away, so I did my best to explain Anku to him. I let him know my other motives for working with Sheen. A dolphin corpse was also investigating the weird death and Barreau's identity. He also opened an investigation on the shadowy figure that killed Barreau back then. So I suggested that if I could work at the institute, it should be easier for us to share information. Listen, the gatekeeper of death has shown his face to me. He's gorgeous, I might add. And he told me that we're not done. So I'm going. With that decided, Adolphe and I spent a few hours trying to convince Mother. She finally gave in on the condition that Adolphe periodically checks on me at the institute. And so we finally got the approval I needed from my foster mother to begin my work. Even though the other option was paying a
考
bunch
え
of
直したまえ、
money.
姫君。
Please reconsider, dear princess.
あの男をパートナーにすることだけは絶対に許さない。
Anku, I swear, I cannot allow you to work with that man as your partner. The moment I arrived at the Lycris field, the Watchman of Death, the very reason I decided to accept this job offer, immediately tried to stop me the moment we met. Yeah, Anku's never been like, no. He didn't even say no to Lucas, and he literally said that man's dangerous and tried to kill him. My expression turned to one of confusion when I heard Anku's urgent plea. But Anku, Sheen wants to hire me as his maid to handle his daily chores. The main purpose of my accepting his offer was for the chance to learn more information about the mysterious deaths. I don't intend on involving Sheen in it.
それでもダメだ。
Even so, I must ask you to
君の
stop.
死神としての能力が本物だと奴に知られでもしたら、
This is
一
true.
体どのような目に遭わされるか。
Should the man find out your powers as death are real, there is no telling what he will do to you. But Sheen's just an eccentric researcher. He doesn't seem to be that bad. He even said himself that he doesn't believe in rumors or superstitions.
君は
Unbelievable. That single word brought a sudden change to Anku's usual calm face.
あの男の本性を何も知らないからそんなことが言えるんだ。
You can only say that because you don't know who he really is.
かつて奴のせいで一体どれほどのが生まれたと。
One more person stopped me from seeing my husband. Is this bad? Are we in a really bad route? Unbeknownst to you, many have 6-letter word and another 6-letter word to his past actions. Many have murder, commit murder to his no. Unbeknownst to you, many have. This is like not Wheel of Fortune right now. Have blank to his past actions. Have turned murder. I'm dumb. Try. I don't know. I saw intense hatred in his eyes. Anku trying to stop me from seeing my husband. Anku might be right, but have you seen his butt? Because I have. He shows it off frequently. I think maybe Anku, you just need to calm down. I saw intense hatred in his eyes. Anku? Anku snapped out of his fury when he heard me speak his name.
すまない。私としたことが少々取り乱してしまった。
Forgive me, I lost control of my emotions. Something that Sheen cannot do.
だが、私がここまで訴えるほど、シアン・ブロフィワーズは危険な男なのだよ。
Still, Sheen Brophy is dangerous enough for me to plead with you to change your mind. Dangerous? The person who led the country to salvation?
救いにも、様々な形や意味があるということだ。
The word salvation possesses many meanings. I wish... You can't change my mind. I wish that Anku would establish if when you become a reliver, if you still die. So, like, he's the doorkeeper. He's the person that's there. He would know the answer to this. So, like, if you die and become a reliver, do you actually have a soul anymore? Because that's what really matters. Right now, working under Sheen is what is about the only means I have to uncover the truth behind the deaths. If I stop now, wouldn't it make things difficult for you, Anku?
それはそうなのだが。
I cannot deny that. After a moment of silent thought, Anku's expression transformed into one of disgust.
どうしてもあの男と関わるというのなら、一つ
You have a
君に守ってほしい
condition,
条件があ
Anku.
る。
If you must associate with that man, there is one condition by which you must abide.
私の術によって封じ込めている君の死神としての力。
Concerning your powers as death that I am currently... I keep yawning. It's still too early. Concerning your powers as death that I am currently suppressing with my own.
呪いの進行を早める能力のことだけは絶対に奴へ知られないように警戒してほしい。
You must not let him know that you have the ability to accelerate the curse's progress.
知られたが最後、奴は君をとみなして害するだろう。
The moment he finds out, he will see you as a blank and harm you. Oh, I'm hitting the wrong button. He will see you as a 4-letter word followed by a 7-letter word. He will see you as a... I was gonna say bad omen, but that's not enough letters for either. It's the wrong number. It's not right. He will see you as a anomaly and harmed you. My power is death. The dreadful curse that had maimed and killed so many of my loved ones.
幸いにして他
Test
の横領の
subject.
噂と入り混じり外界に疎い彼はこの件について詳細を把握していないようだ
That's enough letters. Yeah, a test subject and harm you. That would fit. Oh my god. Fortunately, he is so out of touch with the world that even the truth to him is indistinguishable from petty gossip.
だが万が一にも知られる時が来れば
But if he happens to learn the truth, Anku slipped his hand into his pocket and pulled out something hidden in his
君に
clothes.
害が及ぶ前に何百何千何万体の控えの肉体を用意していようと
Before he can harm you, and no matter how many bodies he has prepared to revive himself,
私はあの男を殺し尽くしてみせる
I will continue killing him until the end of time. Ooh. Okay. It became clear to me in that moment, more than on the night he told me to uncover the truth behind the dust I saw in his eyes. A clear and pure malice directed at Sheen. But why?
死の番人として人間の情妙をねじ曲げる存在を心よく思わないのは当然のこと。
As the watchman of death, it's obvious that I cannot accept an existence that twists the fate given to human life.
君が奴に深入りしなければ、私のこの警戒も杞憂に終わるのだがね。
Of course, if you do not go near him, there is no need to concern yourself any further. Anku calmly stated it in a way that hid his emotion.
では、今宵の仰せはここまで。
Now then, I believe our time tonight is up.
願わくば、あの男の力を借りることなく、君が試練に打ち勝つことを。
Researchers will always have test subjects. Oh boy, I'm kind of scared, but I'm still scared of Lucas more. So far, you're scared of Lucas more. We're not there yet. Sheen could put us in a cage. I mean, remember, we went on Mathis's journey and Lucas's journey, and both times went to the Lycros field, and this guy didn't show up. He ghosted us. He's like, I'm busy. But we show up for this, and we haven't even said Anku, and he's all like, don't do this. This could be a bad sign. I pray that you will face and overcome your challenges without the help of that man. And with that, he blended into the flowers and disappeared in a puff of white smoke. Anku isn't human, yet he sees Sheen as a real threat and says, I don't know who he really is. Please, I really hope no cage. Please. Sheen Brofiise, the savior who triumphantly who triumphed over the curse of death, seen with malice by the watchman of death, an existence like that of a god. I couldn't imagine who truly was with... Too many words. Let me love a trash man for once. I don't really like a lot of trash men in Atomi games. Oh goodness, I'm trying to think. Who's an a-hole that I like in any of these games? Oh goodness. Oh, actually, you know what? In Collar X Malice, my favorite character is the little angry guy with the green hair. He's a trash man, I would say, because he's definitely a tsundere. He's constantly like, oh, you're so stupid. Oh, you're so dumb. And then you go on a date with him and he's all like, this is obviously a date. Why would I ask you out to come to dinner with me if you're... Yeah, Seaweed Head. I love him so much. Okay, anyways. I couldn't imagine who he truly was with all the different views people have had on him. Yeah, I love that one. That one was my favorite character. I was mad he couldn't be my last story because he was my first pick. A few days later, the entrance pass from the Institute had arrived, so...
来たか。
Oh, I accidentally
初日か
turned
ら
my
遅刻
sound
す
down
る
when I
ような
was...
ら即刻解雇していたところだ。
Finally here. I was going to fire you if you were late on your first day of work. Good morning, Sheen. I will do my best working for you until I pay off what's due. I'll look forward to...
今さら挨拶などいらん。 業務内容を説明するからついてこい。
Cut the formalities. I'll give you instructions along the way. Okay. Asshole. I quickly followed after Sheen's long strides down the corridor. Wink, wink, wink. That means he's tall. Just letting you know.
今後この研究所を出入りするにあたり、一つだけ警告しておいてやる。
There's one thing I need to warn you about entering and leaving the institute.
ダハト以外の研究員に声をかけられたとしても、一切応じるな。徹
Do
底して
not
無視しろ。
respond to anyone who approaches you apart from Dahat. Simply ignore them. May I ask why? I was an outsider for those working here, but it'd be rude not to exchange pleasantries.
権力が集中する場所には、自然と陰謀と悪意が渦巻くもの。といえば、理解できるか？
Whenever there's a concentration of power, you will find unnecessary intrigue and malice. Is that clear enough? The researchers passing by Sheen glared at him
権
coldly.
力争いの餌食になりたくなければ、せいぜい忠告に従うんだな。
If people are glaring at you, my guy, stop reviving them. No? Is that mean? Is that too far? Have I gone too far? Am I the monster? If you don't want to get involved in politics, abide by this simple rule.
仮にお前を人質に取られても、俺は何もしない。
If you get taken hostage, I won't do anything for you, understood? Okay. Is this a place of work or a prison? He managed to convince me, and I nodded.
あらあら、何十年と生き死にを繰り返してもデリカシーのなさは変わらないのね、この最古の若作りじじいは。
Oh my, how have decades of living and dying done nothing to improve that repellent personality of yours, you ancient
横
bastard?
暴な振る舞いで王族や研究員にも疎まれていると聞いているし、そろそろ第一線から退いたらどうかしら。
I heard the royal family can barely tolerate your wretched behaviors these days. Perhaps you can do all a favor and retire. Now that I think of it, Mother must have known how it was here, which is why she didn't want me to work. He says that, but what if later he still helps us if someone kidnaps us? It's Beauty and the Beast for sure in this case. Because that's definitely what would happen. A few minutes later. You son of a bitch. As if I had stepped back in time, I saw the room was yet again littered beyond belief. I stared at Sheen in...
お前が去った1時間後には、なぜかこのありさまへ戻っていた。
For some reason, this room returned to this date an hour after you left. What the hell are you doing? Like, are you even reading these books? I suppose that's a talent of sorts. She nodded calmly. Can I get started right away?
ああ、部屋の隅にある空のカゴや紙袋は好きに使え。
Feel free to use
Tadashi.
any empty baskets or paper bags you find lying around. That said,
余計なことはするな。お前は最低限、俺が研究するための住環境を保証すればいい。
don't do anything unnecessary. You need only do the bare minimum that would allow me to conduct my research.
いらん世話を焼こうとすれば、どんな理由があろうと、即座に叩き出す。
I will kick you out the moment I see you doing any more regardless of the reason. Having made his threat, Sheen left the room. Bare minimum? What does bare minimum mean to him? Unfortunately, there was no one around to answer my question. Go out, find Dahat, I guess. Dahat, I will get you anything you want. You deserve it. How you deal with this man? I don't know. I made a mental note to ask Sheen later where I could wash his clothes. For now, I picked up the crumpled wads of paper from the floor and expanded the area of my cleaning from before. My broom grazed a pile of books on the floor. I tucked my hair behind my ear as I knelt down to see if they were dusty. Come to think of it, these books have been in the same spot since yesterday. You said bare minimum, so I feel like that means leaving them alone. I could be wrong. Oh, I didn't hit the button. I'm such a fool. You said bare minimum. I don't know if putting them on the bookshelf is more than the bare minimum. I reached out to the books, but stopped before I actually touched them. Come to think of it, I sometimes stack together books that I'm planning to read. I guess it's not a good idea to touch them without asking first. For all I knew, they might be Sheen's way of keeping things in order. It's like me. So as much as you go like, look, it's a mess in here, but I can find the thing. Just tell me what you're looking for. I continued cleaning the room, avoiding things that looked important. I thought the place looked a lot cleaner than before, at least I hoped. It's hard to see progress since I'm avoiding anything that looks important. Making matters worse is that I found more strange pieces in the corner again. What in the world are these fragments? Sheen suddenly appeared in the room, and before I could ask him any questions...
ご苦労だった。今日はもう帰れ。
Good work. You can go now. Huh?
ん？なんだ？ここで漁りたい情報でもあるのか？
What? Is there something you want from this room? Not at all, but you did hire me as your maid, so I expected to do more cleaning.
今のところはない。あればその都度指示を飛ばす。
I don't have anything I want you to do now. I will give you more orders when necessary. Sheen, I will kill you with love. I see. That's a lot simpler than I thought. Suddenly I remembered my question. That's right, Sheen, about the dirty clothes here. Where can I wash them if there's no place to wash them here? I can take them back with me to have them clean.
薬品が染みついた白衣だけはこちらで処理する。それ以外は好きにしろ。
I'll have the lab coats taken care of since they're saturated with chemicals. You can do what you want with the others. Understood. I guess conventional washing can't take care of everything. Haha, haha, right? Right, Sheen? You agree? No? After stuffing the wrinkled clothes into my bag, I said goodbye and took my leave. As I headed towards the exit...
そこにいるのは
My oh my! If it isn't Leah! I turned around at a familiar voice. The Hot! The Hot skipped towards me and innocently shook my hand with excitement.
お久しぶりです。まさかこんな場所でまたお会いできるとは思って
This
ま
is
せん
the
でし
only
た。
place you are, Dahat. Ah, it's been a long time. Never thought I'd see you here. Of all
許可
places.
証が発行されてるってことは、この研究所に何かご用が？もしや、お早めにリライバー化のご相談を？
I take it that you're here for a reason, since you've got that pass. Could it be you came here to ask about becoming a reliver?
あなたなら特別に僕が担当について丁寧に対応しちゃいますよ。
If it's for you, I'd love to be your provider and give you the best treatment. I haven't come to a decision yet. I'm actually here because Sheen hired me as his personal maid.
シアンさんの元でって
And he didn't pay me today because he's
どういうことです？
blackmailing me. Sheen hired you? What do you mean? He didn't tell you? I briefly explained to Dahat what happened.
本当にごめんなさい。
I'm so sorry.
まさかシアンさんが生活を改めるどころかあなたを脅すような真似をするなんて。
I thought Sheen would try to change his ways. I didn't think he'd threaten you to do his bidding. But please calm down. You don't have to apologize to Hut.
うわー、優しさが逆につらい。この年で18歳の女の子に迷惑をかけてしまうなんて。
Your kindness makes it hurt more. I can't believe I'm bothering an 18-year-old girl at my age. Dahat covered his face with embarrassment.
僕がシアンさんのお世話係に
Dahat
戻
really
れば
thought he'd change his ways.
あなたは解放されるんでしょうけど。
I guess Sheen would release you if I come back and took care of him like before, but
ちょうど今僕の班は研究が立て込んでて シアンさんとの喧嘩がなくても、しばらく顔を出せそうにないんですよね。
I'm actually stuck on a team project right now, so even if I weren't fighting with Sheen, I couldn't have helped him anyways. Team? I thought you two were teachers. Teachers? What did I just say? I thought you two were researchers. Researching reliable technology
い
together.
やいや、全員が全員ずっと同じ研究をしてるわけないじゃないですか。
You sure? We don't actually exactly work around the clock on the same
うち
topic.
の研究所は、
We're
同
in
じ
the
組織内で
same
も先行する
organization,
研究
but
テ
the
ーマごと
research
に
varies from
派
person
閥
to
が分
person.
かれちゃってるんです。基本は共同研究を優先してますけど、進展次第ではそちらにかかりきりになることもあったりなかったり。
Basically, our priority is joint researching, but depending on the progress we make, we may or may not be able to devote time to that. I didn't know that. This was actually surprising. I thought you were always working with Sheen.
あはは仲良しに見えてるなら嬉しいです。
Glad to see it. It looks like we're actually getting along. The hot scratched his cheek happily before returning to the subject.
まあそんなわけで、すみませんが僕が戻るまで、シアンさんのわがままに付き合ってあげてください。
So, anyways, I'm so sorry, but you'd be a lifesaver if you could help Sheen and put up with his selfish antics for now.
シアンさんはひねくれてますけど、なんていうか、とにかく傲慢なだけで嫌な人じゃないんです。
Sheen might be cynical, but how can I put it? He's just arrogant, but not someone you'd hate.
厳密には悪意を抱くほど他人に興味がないと言いますか、自分の人間性を研究のために犠牲にしているような人なので。
People don't like him because he doesn't like them. Classic. All he does is conduct research and ignore everyone else. The hot, this isn't the first time we've dealt with selfish love interest. Or delusional love interest. I guess he tends to look at people objectively, including himself. Ignoring people is better. He is a mood.
そうなんですよね。いっそ人間らしく権力にでも溺れてくれれば、まだ親近感が湧くんですけど。
It'd be more human if he actually had had some interest in gaining power or something. From the sound of it, even Dahat didn't fully know Sheen despite being with him for so long.
まあでも、辛くなったら遠慮なく逃げ出してください。
Oh, but if things get tough, feel free to ditch him.
あんまり意地悪や理不尽が過ぎるのなら、強いお酒でも持って潰してくれても構いませんからね。
If he starts to get out of control, just give him some really, really hard liquor, and that'll do the trick. I smiled back at Dahat as he laughed and said he would take his responsibility. You bring me that hard liquor, and I will do it. I continued my work at the institute, but my interactions with Sheen have been kept to the bare minimum. We hardly ever talk. Every day is just me cleaning and going to work. If Dahat returns tomorrow, it would mean that I've paid off the expensive bracelet in just a few days by doing something I like.
労働に見合わぬ報酬をいただくというのも悩ましいものですね。
I can see how one might feel guilty for fulfilling that they received too much. After another day of short labor, I ran into Jean on my way back and ended up sharing my concerns. Jean was listening to my complaints in earnest, probably because he was in a similar line of
しか
work.
し話を聞く限り、本当にシアン様は自身の生活に無頓着な方のようで。
From what I heard, it seems Sheen lacks interest in his daily lives. Jean, go away. Get out of here, you beautiful, gorgeous monster. Yeah, it isn't unusual to hear him say that he spent another night without sleep. So I was hoping I could help prepare something for him instead of having him eat plain bread every day.
毎日
Every
パンが好物なのですか？
day? Does he like bread? It's not that he particularly likes it, but I think he doesn't want to spend much time eating. If he's only eating bread, he can still work at the same time. Jean's response was an unintelligible sigh. He did mention before that he ate a lot of bread, but I never expected it was all he ate. I too eat a lot of bread, and Sheen didn't seem to care much about quality or taste. I do care about quality and taste of my bread, so we're a little bit different. Artisan bread, yummy. So we spent. I'm still yawning. I might get up and make a coffee here in a second just to have some more energy. He was spending his day eating whatever stale bread he happened upon when he was hungry. In terms of nutrition, he took medicines and drips of supplements with what he was missing.
ですが、共同生活の最中は、ごく普通に食事されていたのでは？
Wasn't he eating with everyone else back then? Apparently, that's a rare case where he actually ate outside. According to Tahat, it was likely that Sheen only ate to pass the time since he couldn't do any research at a doll's place.
ならば改めて、彼に手料理を振る舞ってみては？
In that case, perhaps making a homemade meal would do wonders.
シアン様も、本来ならば食欲旺盛な成人男性の肉体の持ち主。
Sheen is a grown man, so he should be hungry like any other.
口では食事に興味がないと言っても、いざ美味な料理を差し
So
入れられた
nice and
ら、
kind.
食せずにはいられないで
I
しょう。
feel like Dahat's gonna be the only person who isn't secretly evil, like in terms of like side characters, because I feel like Mama could still be secretly evil. He's secretly evil. Lucas is secretly evil. The doctor from Lucas's story was secretly evil. The only person in that story that wasn't evil was his sister. And she got turned into a monster, so now she is evil. Even if he says he's not interested in eating, if someone offered him a delicious meal, I am sure he could not help but eat. Nadia, I miss her. R.I.P. Nadia. Even if he doesn't ask for food,
いいんですよ。一度胃袋を掴んでしまえば、
Sheen can be
こ
giving
っ
us
ちのも
bad
のです。
advice. Indeed, if you can catch his attention with your cooking, then the rest should be easy.
それに、料理を気に入ってもらえれば、手伝える家事も増えるではありませんか。
And if he enjoys your cooking, it would, oh gosh, alleviate the guilt you feel about your salary. Meh. I pondered over Jean's suggestion for a moment. I see. I guess waiting around won't change things, so I'll give it a
その
try.
意気ですよ。俺もあなたを見習って、坊ちゃんに美味しい料理を作れるように修行し直すことにします。
That's the spirit. I'll follow your example and improve my cooking so that I can serve the master something delicious. I thank Jean, who gave me a smile. Speaking of Mathis, how's he doing? I haven't seen him ever since Burroughs died.
仇を撃つ前に奴が死んだことに、未だ心の整理がついていないようです。
It seems that he's trying to reason with himself over his failed attempt at revenge.
今はイブさんたちクルーンに依頼し、彼らとの交流を通じて励ましていただいています。
I have placed a work order with ease at Quran to help encourage him. I see. Mathis did seem to get along with Eves. Would it be alright for me to visit him once my work with Sheen settles down a bit?
ええ、ぜひ。その際は坊ちゃんと共に全力でおもてなしさせていただきます。
Why, of course, the master and I look forward to entertaining you
可能
then.
ならばシアン様もお招きしたいのですが、さすがに難しいでしょうか。
If possible, I'd like to invite Sheen as well, but I suppose that would be asking too much. Do you want to kidnap him and lock him in your secret laboratory and have him help you create your monster? Is it? I'll ask him when I have a chance. You never have a chance. He doesn't let you talk. He kicks you out when he gets back. He's like, it looks great in here, and throws you away. I parted ways with Dean and thought of how nice it would be to surround the dinner table with everyone enjoying a meal like before. After purchasing the groceries at the marché, I quickly headed back to the orphanage. The next morning, as the children watched me from afar, I began preparing a light meal for Sheen. And then I put it in a box so I could put it on his desk. And then be like, here. I set out for the institute with a basket of food on my right arm and a basket of clean laundry on my left. I silently greeted each passing researcher and made my way to Sheen's lab. He told you not to talk to people. He warned you. It's not so dirty today. I was about to say, what if Sheen is the supporter? But I got rid of that thought so quickly. I don't think Sheen's the supporter. I mean, he could be. There's not very many options, especially for people who stay at the Institute. It's basically him and Dahat. And I'm pretty sure Dahat is not funding research for weird creations. But Sheen is just indifferent enough where he might not see them as bad. Be terrible. The person I wanted to see was sitting in a chair, looking at a floating diagram of light. I suppose it was part of the Institute's unique system that Dahat told me about before. Perhaps there was some security in place since I couldn't see the words or images clearly from where I stood. Let's leave him alone. Scien was so focused on his research. Oh, oops, sorry. I keep forgetting to read that part. That he didn't see it to notice when I came in. It appeared he was in the middle of something important, so I decided not to get in his way. It was then that a thought came to mind. I noticed he put an empty basket set atop his desk within reaching distance. If memory served correctly, Sheen used that basket to hold his stock of bread. Seeing that it was empty, I concluded that he must have eaten everything during the night or early morning. Carefully, not to disturb him, I moved the empty basket away and left in its place the basket of food I prepared. I heard a sigh. Sheen reached out for the basket without looking. Look, she made the perfect thing. Oh, that's the one thing. She made the perfect thing for him because it's a sandwich. It still has bread, but look, there's food in it now. I picked up one of the sandwiches I made and held it out in the path of his oncoming hand. I need the CG in my life. It could be a desktop background. Sheen grasped the sandwich and brought it to his mouth to take a bite. He didn't seem to notice what it was.
呼吸器の耐久度の上昇テストはクリア。
Respirator test clear.
ならば続けて被験者に求められる条件の算出を。
Next, calculate the conditions required for the test subject. Alright, I am going to go make a coffee really quick because my dog's barking too, and I just want to make sure nothing's going on since my sister just left for work, so my dog shouldn't be barking. And then I'll be right back with coffee, and maybe my dog will stop barking. We'll see. Give me 1 minute. Okay, okay, okay. My dog was barking at her food. Um, she was pretending to be a savage animal who foraged for food, and so she was taking a mouthful of her food out of her bowl, dropping it, and acting like she was chasing it almost. So I walk in the living room. She'll bark if there's anybody like in our yard or near our patio and stuff. So I was like, maybe someone's outside, which is why I was like, I'll go check because I don't want to be like, maintenance came to check on your apartment and you didn't even notice they were there. But yeah, no, it was just her food. She got fed right before my sister left for work. Classic. And now I have coffee, so I can drink this and maybe I'll stop yawning so much. So my alarm goes off at 6 a.m. usually. I got up at 5 today um, because we were going to go to the gym this morning. So I was like, I'll get up earlier. And then we didn't go to the gym because my sister wasn't feeling good. So I've been up for way too long, but I usually try to get up at 6 and I keep not doing it. So this was like, all right, I'm going to start at 7. It'll make me get up. My body's like, you should sleep till 8. Calculate the conditions required from the next test subject. He finished eating the sandwich, at which point I passed him a second one.
やはり該当者はなしか。
I did that. She's just sitting there going like,
今回も同じ手を使うしか。
another sandwich for you. And he doesn't even notice. No matching subjects. I'll have to resort to the same technique. He finished the second sandwich without notice, so I handed him a third. I'm going to assume these like finger sandwiches. He finished it and I gave him another. Dude, those are big ass sandwiches. As he continued with the occasional cup of tea in between, I kept the sandwich ingredients to a minimum so none of it spilled out. It was strangely satisfying to watch Sheen eat the sandwiches as I handed them to him. And finally, just as I went to hand him the last one with a smile,
ん
he finally realized that I had been feeding him my sandwiches.
何をしているんだお前は。
What are you doing? Well, I wanted you to eat something more nutritious than just bread, so I made some sandwiches whenever I came. You're too focused on what you're doing, so I noticed you were reaching out to an empty basket.
無言で手渡せば食べるだろうと。
So you thought I'd eat whatever you gave me? Yeah, and you did, you loser. I was thrown out of enjoying the moment and began to feel embarrassed. With the last sandwich in his hand, Sheen sighed and took a huge bite.
まったく。このまま俺が最後まで気づかずに研究を続けていたらどうするつもりだったんだお前は。
Unbelievable. What were you planning on doing if I kept working and didn't notice your presence? Well, if that happened, I guess I would have either waited until you gave me orders for today or left a note before going home.
うん。
Sheen? He made a
どうや
face.
ら俺はなかなか悪くない買い物をしたらしい。
It seems I've made a very good hire. Sheen grinned widely and approached me. He came so close that I could touch him if I moved at all. Sheen didn't seem bothered.
俺の権力と技術を目当てに駒使いを買って出た者は今までも山のようにいた。
I've had my share of volunteer maids who've taken the job to gain access to my power and technology.
だがどいつも
Why?
余計な世話焼きばかり。俺のためとのたまいながら。
Tea. Not tea. Gosh. Coffee. It's got Irish cream in it, I think. I grabbed whichever creamer was open today. Every one of them got in my way unnecessary, all for the sake of supposedly doing what was best
許
for
可
me.
なく研究室を荒らすわ。食うのに10分以上はかかる億劫な食事ばかりを提供するわ。
They would mess up my lab without permission or cook meals that took more effort to eat than I needed for sustenance.
挙句に交流と称し大声を発し研究の邪魔をするわで。
Worse, they were loud and got in the way of my research for the purpose of conversation. Ugh, gross. As he spoke, I realized his previous maid had done everything they could to be kind and considerate of him, but to someone who wasn't human, anything that got in the way of his research, anything that he perceived as wasting his time in the slightest was condemned.
心底うんざりしていた。
I was beyond repulsed by them. Their efforts meant nothing to
ダ
him.
ハとはまだマシな方だったが、あいつも俺の私物を勝手に捨てた前科がある。
The hot is passable, but even he has thrown away some of my personal belongings
だが
before.
その点において、お前は違う。
But you're different.
やや暗いのが少々
I'm not like
鬱陶しい
other
が
girls cliche.
お優しい自分に酔わず、出しゃばらないその姿勢が気に入った。
Oh, I was gonna turn the AC off when I got up earlier. It's cold in here, and this dress I'm wearing is really short. I thought these two would look cute together. This is my new cardigan. It is Nightmare on Elm Street. It has slissy slashies on it. It has his claws coming out on this side. It says Nightmare on Elm Street. And then this dress looks like blood splatter, sort of. And I thought they were cute, but the reds kind of clash, so I'll probably change before work. It's irritating how depressed you look, but you don't get drunk off your own kindness and you don't get in the way. Very good. He's got a little smile. I do love that he has the mole on his face. The man who ruined people's sleep. Sheen bent down a bit to look straight into my
決めた
eyes.
ぞ。
I've decided.
一時などとは言わず、お前はこのまま俺のものになれ。
Instead of this arrangement being temporary, I want you for good. His eyes were almost like a vicious serpent. I felt an odd pressure as I saw my reflection in the glassy curves of his
次
eyes.
回からは駒遣いなどではなく、俺専属の雑用係と名乗るといい。
Sheen, I'm not ready to marry you yet. He's not proposing marriage. He's proposing that you are not allowed to leave. Ever. Again. That's different. Starting tomorrow, you are no longer an intern. Interim employee, but a permanent one. I thought they just spelled the word
俺の
wrong.
研究室以外の場所に移動することも許してやる。
I will allow you to move freely within the institute.
誰が何と言おうと、文句は言わせん。
So marriage proposal to my ears. I took a screenshot that I kept looking at that is Anku where he's like, you can like do whatever you want to my body, basically. But he meant it in like, I can withstand pain and murder, I'll help. But like, it's very much implied. If anyone objects, I will have a word with them. There was a seriousness behind his smile that suggested it might be worse than that. I knew I didn't have an option to refuse, except she's 18 and she's got a guardian, and her guardian can refuse. What should I say to Mother and Adolphe? I felt so hopeless. From not being able to refuse this job, what seemed with seemingly no end. Ooh, I wonder if that would have been a bad ending if I would have been like interrupting him and moving his shit around. Would this not have happened? We'll find out later. Contrary to my own inner turmoils, Sheen appeared to be in a very good mood. He controlled the floating light panels in front of him, possibly updating my information. Just as I was wondering what to do,
あれれシアン所長じゃないですか。
well, if this isn't Director Brofiise. From around the corner appeared Dahat. Behind him was a group of researchers. It was very unusual to see so many gathered behind him, and I was just about to greet Dahat as usual when...
少し黙っていろ。
Don't say anything. His whisper in my ear stopped me. Sheen paused for a moment, then glared at Dahat.
奇遇だな、ダハト。
What a coincidence, Dahat. Is Dahat evil after all?
最近共同研究士以外に姿を見かけていないが、相も変わらずメモリーの容量増加の研究など続けているのか？
I haven't seen you outside of our joint research. I'm assuming you're still working to increase memory capacity.
無駄な研究をする暇があるのなら、俺の研究を補佐してほしいものだ。
I was trying to not take too long to make my coffee. So I don't think I heated the water up enough because my ice cubes usually melt right away and I still have ice cubes. But it tastes fine, so I think we're fine. If you have the time to waste like this, I'd rather you help me with my work.
あいにくと僕は冷酷なあなたと違ってこの
Hi,
研
hi,
究を無駄だ
Sleazy.
なんて思っていないので
Unfortunately, I don't agree that it's a waste, but that may be because I'm not heartless. For a moment, I couldn't believe who was speaking. The tone of his voice was completely different, devoid of any warmth. His playful smile and childish respect for Sheen had transformed into cold bitterness. The hot? He glanced at me as I stood in shock, then looked back at
リダ
Sheen.
イバーだって研究を続ければいつか全感情の持続が可能となるはずです
Advancing this technology will one day lead to the increased capacity of all revivers'
生
emotion.
まれた時からまともな感情や人間性を有していないあなたと違って
In other words, they'll be created with more humanity and be a vastly improved version of you.
そんなことを繰り返し、一体何十年が経過した？
You've been saying that for how many years now?
近いうちに研究成果を出さなければ、お前たちの立場が苦しくなるだけだぞ。
If you continue to waste resources on useless research, that appropriate action will be taken. If you continue to waste resources on useless research, the appropriate actions will be taken.
言われなくても分かってますあれこれ口出ししないでもらえません
You don't need to tell me. What I do need is for you to stop interrupting our work.
すまんな。
I'm just saying the
年を取るとどうにも
PlayStation
差し
5
置く
and the
さくなる。
Series X have like the capacity of over 2 terabytes of memory that you can just insert right into it. I would assume that you being a computer with a brain could probably easily have memory. Forgive me if I'm an old man who is given a lecturing.
有能な部下が無駄で無意味な研究に時間を消費しているのがどうにも我慢できなくてな。
After all, I can't stand when my talented subordinates waste their lives on pointless endeavors. In response to his cynicism, the hot subordinates all glared at Sheen. I was completely taken aback by their exchange.
いやー変なお話を聞かせちゃってごめんなさい
The hot's like, just kidding, I'm super kawaii again. Yikes, I'm so sorry you had to hear all of that. It's my dog's hiding in my room now. She's like, I'm lonely. It's okay. Okay, there she goes. I'm so sorry I had to hear all that. My sister brought me a soda from Sonic. Dahat sent her his team ahead of him and suggested that they meet later. Do you want pets? What are you doing? He then... Oh. I heard that. She's getting more food now. He then smiled at me brightly as I stood there in utter disbelief. Thank you. Is it just me or do you two actually not get along at all?
いやいやいや違いますよなんて言うんだろうあれは僕たちにとっては挨拶のようなものです
No, it's not that. How can I put this? That's a typical greeting between us. But your team looks like they were ready to pounce on Sheen.
それを織り込み済みでの応酬だ。いわゆる派閥争いというものだな。
Our exchanges include that risk. Call it fractional warfare. Now that you mention it, I remember Dahat telling me that he works on different researches from you.
そうですリダイバー化に際し心臓メモリー容量から溢れる強い感情を持ち越せないのはあなたも
That's right.
ご存知ですよね
You know how relivers can't carry on excessive emotions due to limited memory capacity in the heart?
俺が率いるゼロ班はその感情をあくまで記号とみなし関与せず。
My team, Team Zero, simply review emotions as code, and we leave it at that.
より効率よく死の呪いに対抗できる肉体的に優れた耐久度の高いリライバーを作ることを目的とした派閥。
Instead, we aim to create relivers of such physical durability that they can effectively withstand the curse of death.
いわば生存重視の効率。
I feel like it should be possible only because technically you're a clone. I don't know. Our focus is on survival efficiency. Efficiency, the core research topic of a faction within the Institute. Their objective is to develop relivers with greater physical resilience to the curse of death. They are against transferring strong emotions that would cause an overflow of data from the heart, which acts as a reliver's memory bank. The faction is led by Sheen Brofiise.
それに対して僕は寿命の件を後回しする代わりにメモリーの容量や使用を改善し、
And my team focuses on improving memory storage and auxiliary features with less focus on longevity.
すべての感情を持続できる人間らしいリライバーを作ることを最優先としています。
We prioritize creating relivers that can retain all emotions and be as human as
シア
possible.
ンさんの真似をして名付けるなら感情派といったところですか。
Sheen's faction deals with survival, but ours deals with emotions. Emotions, the core research topic of a faction within the Institute. Their objective is to develop relivers that are able to retain their emotions in order to be as human as possible. They believe modifying the heart, which stores emotions, is key to achieving their mission. The faction is led by Zahat.
ここまで聞けばわかると思いますが、僕とシアンさんは最終的な目標が反発し合ってるんです。
Gotta finish my coffee so I can drink my soda now. I think you can see why the difference in objectives can cause frictions between our teams. I hope we're doing good. Oh.
なので僕たちの派閥のメンバーも真っ向から対立しているありさまでして、
Which is why our team members are constantly at odds with each other.
これがまあなかなか面倒でな。
This situation has been quite bothersome.
仕方なく俺たち代表者同士がすれ違いざまに見せ方の応酬をするだけで火種を潰しているというわけだ。
In order to keep their bloodlust at bay, we engage in surface level fighting as leaders of each faction. It made sense after they explained it. It does not make sense after you explain it. All they're doing is saying, hi. All they're saying is, we pretend to fight so that our teams think that we're like at odds. It's unnecessary. So you're only pretending not to get along so that your subordinates don't take the initiative?
そうですそうです。共同研究時や普段は普通に接してますけどね。
Yep. We drop the act when we're actually working together in private. Zahat continued by saying their researchers seemed to think the joint project was a front to maintain the appearance of cooperation. Seeing them like this is a relief after what happened earlier. I was glad they were only
でも
pretending.
シアンさんとの皮肉は9割本気だったりするので、実は僕もたまにカチンとしちゃってたり。
But most of Sheen's insults come from his real opinions, so I can't say it has no effect at all. Huh?
それはお前が感情なんてくだらんものに固執しているからだろ
It wouldn't be a problem if you weren't so clingy to useless emotions.
それ、僕の部下の前で絶対に言わないでくださいね。いつ殴られてもおかしくないですよ、も
Can you not say that part in front of my guys? One day you're really gonna get it. Seeing my eyes widen, Zahat played with his hair and
う。
continued.
まあ、そんなわけでして。
And then they
シ
show
アン
the
さ
one
ん
where
の
he's
独
not
裁
playing
も
with
見
his
えて、
hair.
うちも結構ややこしいのです。
So anyhow, despite Sheen's reign over the facility, things are a bit more confusing than they seem.
けど、プライベートでギスギスするつもりはないので、ご心配なく。
But we're not going to make things awkward in private, so don't worry.
わざわざ言わなくともこいつならそのうちになれるだろ
There's no need to tell her that since you'll get used to this soon
Look,
enough.
俺の部下になる以上 こいつの手駒に絡まれることは覚悟しておけよ。
That said, you're going to be working for me now, so you better be prepared to get pestered by his pawns. Okay. I answered hesitantly, but I didn't agree to the news job any. I didn't agree to the new job yet. Despite the fact I had never accepted it, it seemed Sheen had already made the decision for me. Have you ever watched Seven Deadly Sins? I've watched a couple episodes. I think I got to the episode where they first introduced the really tall girl who was in love with the guy whose name starts with an M. After our short conversation, Sheen actually escorted me outside to Cernavel. Sheen's personal maid. Serving him meant that I was going to be working for this country's brain. Considering that, I really shouldn't accept his offer, which was why... Sheen, what are you so against Ahat's research efforts? Wouldn't it be better to find a way for relivers to store more emotions than before? I decided to ask him what caught my attention. Upon hearing my question, Sheen stopped.
それは質問と非難のどっちだ?
Is that a question or a criticism? A question.
ならば応じてやろ
Very well, let me answer. Sheen sat down at a nearby bench. I quietly sat down next to him. Emsa will need to ignore some people if she's gonna work for Sheen. She needs to ignore all the people. In fact, nobody gets CGs except for people that matter, so they don't matter. After a group of children passed by us, Sheen began to speak.
う。俺にとって感情とは効率的な思考を妨げるバグ。
To me, emotions are bugs that hinder effective thinking.
中でも恋愛感情はこの世で最も煩わしく有害な感情だ。
The emotion of love in particular is the most bothersome emotion in the world.
研究者に必要とされるのは完全なる理性と揺るがない自我のみ。
A researcher only needs to perfect reason and intellectual growth,
故にそれを揺るがす脅威は排除する。それだけの話だ。
which is why my mission is to get rid of anything in my way. Simple as that.
言いたいことがあるのならはっきりと
MC
言う。
stands for main character. If you have something to say, say it. Well, I've heard that leaving behind emotions change people. So I was just surprised to hear someone say that emotions weren't
人で
necessary.
なしだと
You're saying it's inhumane? Who knows? Of course, emotions are important, and I don't think we can do without them, but I also can't dismiss your opinion on it. Sheen looked at me with suspicion while I smiled with embarrassment. Now that I think about it, I used to be so pessimistic about life. I lived every day suppressing the emotions I felt. So who am I to talk about the importance of emotions? Hearing my words, Sheen nodded in agreement.
そういう意味ではお前も俺と同じく人でなしだったということか。
In that sense, you were similar to me in a certain inhuman ways. He was probably referring to me in the past tense because he knew that I had changed since then. Sheen slowly got ready to stand up when
本当
a
に
gust of wind
あの
knocked him into
年
my
寄りに
lap.
育て
No,
られたとは思えんな。
really, it's hard to imagine that old hag actually raised you. I don't see her as an old hag, but Mother took me into care after I was kicked out from my previous orphanage. So I didn't grow up with her from the beginning.
いや、だがそれにしても、
Still, it's strange that... Talk to me about my mother. His beautiful eyes look straight at me. Girl, at least you know. In one of these all day, you need to show us the emotions that you're gonna get when you get affiliated. Oh, the emoticons? I can probably show you guys. Let's see. Let me see if it'll let me switch my screen to... see. His eyes are so pretty. I know. I love the turquoise. I don't know if you follow me on Instagram, but I made an Instagram for this channel so I could post stuff. I made a schedule for this week because I'm closing most days, so I figured I could stream in the morning before I go to work. And I made it with his picture, and I used his eyes colors as like one of the colors for the words on the thing because it's so pretty. Let me see if I can find the emoticons. Let's see. Stream. Emotes. Here they are. All right, here, let me see if I can switch my screen for just a second. Properties. So those are the emoticons that I had made in advance. This one, there's two because it moves. Same with this one. So in one of these, it actually claps his hands. This is the questionable one. This is, oh my gosh. This is my friends. Angry, just happy, scared. I think this one also moves. I can't remember. And then this one's like, meh. So yeah, these are all the emoticons I had made. Before I realized you couldn't have them unless you're affiliated. So I had them made because I was like, oh yeah, I can have emoticons. I didn't realize you had to be affiliated to have emoticons. But yeah, those are the ones I had made. And then the one where he's clapping is the one that pops up if someone subscribes to the channel. So it'll play that little emoticon since I can use it that way. I know, aren't they cute? I was so happy to have them, and then I was like, let's use them, and then I could not use them. His beautiful eyes looked straight at me. What did I hit? Sheen, is there something on my face?
いや、こうして改めて見ると、
No, now that I look carefully.
その容姿といい、口調といい、お前どこかで、
Your appearance, your manners of speech, where have I?
いや、まさかな。
Ooh, is it gonna talk about her history? Because her parents are dead, right? So like, they never talked about them. It can't be. He shook his head and moved away from me. He then stood from the bench.
元人でなし同士のよしみだ。
From one non-human to another.
明日からは、これを着て研究所まで来い。
Wear this to the institute starting tomorrow. Is it a lab jacket? Yeah. Oh. Oh, it's his. Sheen took off his lab coat.
これで、名実ともに俺の部下だな。
You officially work under me now. He took his jacket off. He's so pretty. He gently draped his lab coat like a hood over my head. That should have been the CG right there. Unwavering in his faith to I didn't read it. I didn't actually read it.
最古の男は黄金の絹を持つ女に問う。何をそこまで心臓なんかを尊ぶのかと。
The oldest of men asked the woman with golden silk why hearts were so precious. I can say with confidence that Eunice has watched as much Seven Deadly Sins as I have. Unless she started watching more without me.
女は呆れた。
Ah.
バカね。
We actually need to finish Jujutsu Kaisen. I was talking to my friend about all the animes I'm behind on because he was suggesting new ones for me, and I was like, I need to finish watching this. I need to finish watching Spy Family. I need to finish watching Jujutsu Kaisen. We're currently watching Yu Yu Hakusho again / for the first time because I watched a lot of Yu Yu Hakusho, but I didn't watch all of it. Yes! Yes, that's my husband. Actually, wait, that's my literal husband. Let's see, can I get to show? There he is, my beautiful boy. Oh my god, Anya! Blue-eyed samurai. I think someone mentioned that one to me too. But yeah, I'm so behind on all the ones I already watch. So the concept of getting another one on my list is just like so much anxiety. Like, whew, we're almost, I don't even actually know where we're at in Yu Yu Hakusho right now. They're currently at a tournament with the demons. But again, it's been so long since I watched Yu Yu Hakusho, I don't even know where it all goes. She sighed with disbelief and called him a fool, saying that was why he could not live on the surface. I love Yu Yu Hakusho. I do too. And Hiei is my favorite. Actually, I think I said this when I played Collar X Malice. The little guy reminded me of Hiei, Seaweed Head. Hiei is my favorite Yu Yu Hakusho character. I used to collect anime pins. I lost all of them except for my Hiei one because I kept that one somewhere different because I loved it so much. So I'm trying to tell if this is like, did he have a past love or something? Because like she sighed with disbelief and called him a fool, saying that was why he could not live on the surface. Because this is definitely like a woman's back with a heartbeat in it. A ruthless, selfish,
傲慢な
and
神様。
arrogant god.
人の心を理解できないあなたは、この世の誰より哀れで無様な存在だ。
Oh wait, and Black Butler. So we never watched Black Butler, so we're starting that too. Like there's so many animes I'm just in the middle of. Oh, it's so much. And then I bought all of Death Note because I never read it, but I know all the characters. I've watched some of the movies, not movies, episodes and stuff, and I've seen one of the movies. So I want to read the book so I can actually have all that information inside of me. His ignorance of human hearts made him the most pathetic, saddest existence of all. She
とあなたの生
gloated.
涯、この胸を裂くほどの心地よい痛みを理解することはないのでしょうね。
She gloated and said that he would never understand the gentle, comforting pain that tore at one's heart.
かわいそう。
Poor, poor soul. So
あま
poor
りに哀れすぎて、
was he that
欲したところで得られぬ呪いをこの命でかけてしまいそうだわ。
she cursed him to never know that feeling, even if he pleaded for it. What? Who are we now? They say emotions and bodies are expandable. Countless shadows feared inevitable death. In the corner of the grand castle where the royal family of Apachel lived, men who had committed crimes were stepping out of their cells. They walked in unison through the darkness, their wrists tied tight with a thick rope. Around them were hardy royal guard soldiers watching to ensure that none of the men did anything strange. One of them whispered. The man who killed a young merchant and his younger brother to steal money and become a reliver spoke to the next man.
こんな夜中に俺たちをこれからどこに連れて行かれるってんだ。
Do you know where they're taking us this late at night?
知らねえよ。この部屋の奴ら、俺らを牢屋から出したっきり、一言も口を聞きやしねえんだ。
Like, I know. The royal guard bastards haven't said a word since they took us out of those cells. The man being talked to lost his sense of guilt after it became a reliver. He kept preaching his innocence while abusing countless prostitutes. The prisoners here were those who had been accused of heinous crimes and were awaiting punishment from the royal family. Anyone with a silver coin got them in. I don't know what I just did. I don't even know. My brain just changed that entire sentence and then I got confused. Anyone with a sliver of good in them would decry what they had done. In other words, they were true villains. I changed that word. That was funny. Okay. The younger man at the end of the royal line was acting as a supervisor over the
何を
march.
している。とっとと連れて行け。速やかにこの汚らわしい罪人どもを引き渡し。
Hurry it up and get them going. We need to hand over these filthy criminals
シ
already.
アンブロフィワーズから先日の交渉、バックアップの頻度について返事を受け取ってこい。
Give them to Sheen Brophy and have him respond to our negotiations over the frequency of our backups. The prisoners looked at each other with confusion over what was just said. Sir! The royal guard responded immediately, but despite their showing of loyalty to the royal family, the soldiers were surprisingly sympathetic to the
エ
criminals.
クソシスト教団たちの言うことに同調するわけじゃないが、
Not that I agree with what the Society of Exorcists are
神
saying.
の皮をかぶったあの悪魔の元へと送られるなんて、
These guys are sacrificing being sent to that demon wearing the skin of a god.
人間のクズだと分かっていても、ほんの少し同情しちまうよ。
Yeah, these guys are total scum, but I still feel sorry for them. Let us see how long these humans retain their forms. Sounds more ominous. I'm more confused. Is this a red herring? I don't know. We'll find out. A few days passed after receiving Sheen's lab coat along with a matching outfit. I figured out that Sheen had an intense hate of his routine being disturbed, which is why you don't touch his stuff and you don't tell him you're in the room.
掃除。
Clean. Look at her little top. Oh, I hit the button that made her disappear. It'll get right to it. I'll cover your tools on the desk with a cloth so they don't get dusty. Yeah, look at her. She's so
着替え。
cute. Clothes. I had everything washed, but here are a few that are a bit more fluffed and comfortable to wear.
食事。
Is he? He's definitely a something. Food. I have some sandwiches for you today. I also have your night snack ready, so please have them when you're hungry. That's it. He's so simple.
30分仮眠する。
I'm gonna sleep for 30 minutes. I'll wake you up in 2 minutes early. Here's a pillow. After saying what he doesn't eat, that he doesn't eat much, he's finally eating what I serve him without complaints. I was surprised when he wanted me to be his maid, but I think I'm doing a pretty good job. At this point, I'll be his wife. I mean, I guess if you're literally catering to his every whim, cleaning his house, providing him meals, and he can say one word to you at a time with what he demands, and you're fine with that. I mean, if you look like that, why not?
お前
I
ら
mean, he's paying for
相
everything.
性が良すぎてタチが悪いな。
You two get along. You two get along to the point it's creepy. But he will clean though. Will he? Will he though? You think? I thought my report would ease Adolph's worries. Instead, he looked at me with a frown. My foster brother came all the way out here to check on me. I tilted my head in bewilderment
今ま
as
で
I
こいつしてた
realized
反動もあるだろう
I
が
put on my resized lab coat. Oh, she resized it. I guess it's because you've been isolated for so long, but
仕事とはいえ尽くしすぎだ。あいつのメイドかお前は。
you don't realize you're doing too much for him. What are you, his nanny? But if I leave Sheen alone, he'll probably be going to get sick from living in slovenly. So
相手は60歳
we
超え
need
の
character
最
development
後
for
の
him.
リライバーだぞ。最低限の自己
That's
管
it.
理ぐらい
That's
自分
your
でさせろ。
theory right now that in the end, Sheen will learn to clean. The guy is well over 60 years old. He's the oldest real lifer in existence. He should be able to take care of himself. Adolph, be quiet, you foster sister. Wash your clothes. That's true, but he didn't like her washing his underwear. He was right that Sheen was well over 60, perhaps over 80 years old, including his days as a human. Okay, I'll try to keep myself from doing too much. It hadn't occurred to me. That said, I was a bit surprised. Adolph, I thought you'd be against my working here like Mother is.
俺が気に入らないのはあくまであいつの態度とひねくれた性根だからな。
The only thing I don't like about this whole thing is that guy's
お前
attitude.
を理不尽に扱うような真似でもしない限り言いがかりはつけねえよ。
As long as he isn't mistreating you or something, I'm fine with whatever you do.
マムがあいつを警戒する理由を教えてくれれば話はまた別だが。
Of course, if Mother's actually tells me why she's so cautious of him, then maybe my view will change. But from the looks of it, I doubt she'll say anything.
ああ。マムにはマムなりの理由があるんだろうがな。
Yeah, I assume Mother has her reasons. Adolf scratched his head as if
とにか
troubled.
く、あいつへの献身もほどほどにしておけ。下手に気に入られても厄介だ。
In any case, just tone down what you're doing for him. You might regret getting on his good side. True. I mean, I really don't intend on working for him forever. Once the hot returns, I'll ask if I can leave. Adolf sighed in agreement. He left. Sheen assumed that I had already agreed to his job offer, but there's no telling what would happen if to Sheen once Anku's powers wears off. If I were to spread misfortune to him and something dire happened, that would seal this country's fate. If so, then I really need to make sure that I quit once the opportunity arose. By the way, has there been any movement in relationship to the deaths?
いや、特には。
No, nothing in particular.
ひとまず自警団の方で、
I'm
変身
really
原因の
curious
薬や病が流行していないか、調査し
where
てはいるが、
this line is gonna go. I really don't have too many theories on him. Maybe it's because he hasn't really been popping up in everybody's stories that much. I have everyone at the corpse checking on drugs and diseases that may have spread during that time, but
正直、ダメ元だな。
honestly, it's been useless. I see. Well, I haven't heard anything on my end either.
まあ、何もねえってことは、一応は平穏を取り戻したってことだろ
Yeah, but I guess we can say things are back to normal if nothing really pops
う。
up.
それよりマムから聞いたが、近頃お前、施設と研究所の往復ばっかで、ろくに休んでないらしいな。
Yachting still. Oh, and I also heard from Mother. You haven't been resting much since you started working here,
いい
right?
加減、休暇でも取ったらどうだ？
You really should take time off or something. Come to think of it, it had been a long time since I had a day off to myself. Can I really take a day off? Girl, yeah, you're not a researcher. I thought for a moment, and images of Mother and the children immediately came to my mind. Girl D. Sorry, I'm sure Mother is worried, so I'll talk to Sheen. Dear Sheen, I am not you. I cannot work 17 days a week. After seeing Adolf off, I went to Sheen to see if I could put in a leave request.
長期間ここを開けんのなら構わんぞ。
As long as you don't take weeks off, sure. Huh? He approved my request
自分で聞
instantly.
いておいてなんだその反応は。
Why are you surprised when you asked for it? I'm sorry, it's just that I thought everyone here worked nearly every day. So I thought you wouldn't like if I asked for a day off.
この国で必要に時に追われるのは他人の寿命を背負う俺たちリライバー研究者だけだ。
The only ones pressed for time are the ones with the lives of others on their backs. In other words, the reliver researchers.
ただの雑用係に強要したところで得られるものなど何もない。
Don't say it like that. Now you make it sound like you don't need me. Oh, that didn't help. That didn't help at all. That was the opposite of helping. Forcing you to clean up a few extra things makes no
半
difference.
端に付き合い倒れられる方が迷惑
Sheen, don't say it like that. It sounds like you don't love me. On the other hand, it'll be annoying and inconvenient if you collapse from exhaustion. He didn't sound like he was worried, but I could tell he was alert to my physical condition. Thank you very much. I will prepare a few days of preserved food before I leave. Before that, there's one thing.
なんだ
What? Seeing Sheen's brown raise, I carefully chose my next words. While I'm gone, I'd appreciate if you could cut back on working through the night. Sheen grinned.
ほうお優しいお嬢さんらしい意見だな。
Oh, what a ladylike thing to say.
だがそこは完全に止めるところじゃないのか
Are you telling me to stop working? I could tell he was testing me. Will you if I asked?
まさか。
Of course not. I let out a quiet sigh as Sheen immediately responded. Of course, I didn't want him to work through the night considering his health, but Sheen had offered his life, including eating and sleeping for the sake of his research to advance reliver technology. Considering how much weight he put into his mission, there was no way for me to ask him to stop. So instead, can't you ease things just a little? If you can do that, then I can make adjustments to my schedule, and I can assist you in reducing the burden to your health. I tried my best to reason with him.
余計な世話なのは違いないが、まあこの程度なら許容範囲か。
Your offer is going beyond what I want, but I suppose you have a good
いい
point.
だろう。確約はできんが、考えておく。
Fine. I won't promise anything, but I'll consider it. As I voiced my surprise, Sheen shooed me away with his hands.
そら、許可を出したんだからとっとと帰れ。
Go on. I gave approval, so get out.
満足するまで休んで構わんが、俺の部屋が腐り果てる前には戻ってこいよ。
Rest as long as you want, but you better return before my room turns into a rotting heap. Thank you? Sheen gave me a nonchalant response as he saw me leave the room.
おかえりなさい。私の大事なマナ娘。
Leah, welcome back, my dear child. Upon my return, Mother gave me a big hug and looked at me
大丈
worriedly.
夫？あの男にひどいことはされていない？
Are you alright? Did that bastard do anything to you? This is a daily question to her. I'm fine, Mother. Sheen has been treating me very well. My cheeks warmed at her treating me like a child. I was just happy to have some time to spend with her now. Still, I was a bit concerned by Mother's reaction. In fact, seeing Mother so worried about me was making me worried too. It made me wonder why she felt it to this extent. Adele, be quiet. Your foster sister washed. Oh, that's. I don't know why sometimes it looks like it's a new post. As I gently pried myself from her arms, I looked at Mother and asked, "Pride? Don't fight, Mother. Why are you worried about me working for Sheen? I know Sheen isn't the most likable person and has his share of enemies, but he just doesn't seem as bad as you make him out to be. In fact, he's been paying me well and letting me take time off without complaint." I assumed that her concerns came from their unfriendly relationship.
ごめんなさい。私ったら感情が高ぶってあなたの話も聞かずに独りよがりなことを。
Not gonna lie, if Mother is worried about us, just tell us everything at this point. Right? I feel like maybe she should have had a sit-down conversation and been like, "Look, my dear child, Sheen Brophy is like the devil." Also, they don't have her last name on there. See, it just says Salome. It does not have her last name. So it could be Brophy. I'm so sorry. My emotions got the better of me, and I didn't really listen to what you wanted to tell me. There's also a chance that she's his ex-lover. Maybe they were together prior to becoming relivers. Mother shoulders slumped.
あなたは誰よりも言われのない誹謗に傷ついてきた子だもの。
You, more than anyone, have suffered the unjustified slander of
私の
others.
言葉一つで他人の人格を否定するような考えは決して抱かないわよね。
But I'll still drink that tea, so just tell me. I know you won't make your decision about a person based on what I have to say about them.
安全圏からなら何でも言えるとあいつに指摘されたばかりなのに。
To think he told me that I was only saying what I wanted without consideration to others.
私もまだまだ母として未熟だわ。
I suppose I'm still learning to be a mother. I'm sorry, Mother. Of course I trust what you have to say.
いいのよ。あなたが心優しい子に育ってくれて嬉しい限りだわ。
It's all right. I'm very happy you became such a kind and loving child. I breathed a sigh of relief seeing Mother back in her smiling
ただ
self.
シアンに近づいてほしくないというのは
Still, it's
紛れもな
true.
い
I do
私の
not
本
want you
音。
to go near Sheen. Mother spoke boldly, with no apparent intention of changing her opinion on him.
あの男は善か悪かで問えば間違いなく悪人なの。
If I were to categorize that man as good or evil, he would definitely be evil.
今はただ悪行を実行する理由がないだけ。
It's only at this moment that he has no reason to do anything evil. No
え
reason?
え、それさえあれば彼は何を言われようが構わず悪魔に等しい所業を
顔色一つ変えずに行
Oh
う。
my stars. Once he has a reason, he will commit atrocities without a second thought to anyone
それこ
else.
そ口にするのもはばかられるほどの。
Even things that I would never dare utter in my own voice. She didn't go into detail about what those atrocities might be, but her cold yet shaking voice made it seem as though she personally witnessed him in the act. Her words were strangely convincing. Right? Just tell me. May I ask you what he has done in this past? Mother's silence seemed to be her own way of refusing. That bad. So if he's so evil, why are you exchanging letters with him?
私とあいつはお互いの利益のために利用し合っている関係だから。
It's because we're both using each other for our own purposes.
冷たく聞こえるだろうけど、そこにあなたが想像するような信仰や情は一切ないわ。
I know it sounds terrible, but there are no friendships or emotions involved in our interactions.
この言葉もあなたは鵜呑みにすることを良しとしないのでしょうね。
Then again, I know you won't just agree with what I'm telling you now. I'm sorry.
明るくなっても謝る癖があるのは変わらないわね。シアンにも頭を下げてばかりなの？
You are much more cheerful now, but you still have a habit of over apologizing. You aren't apologizing to Sheen, are you? No. Now that you mentioned it, I'm not sure.
なら今からでも気を引き締めて、あいつに侮られないようにしないと。
Well, I suggest you keep that in mind so he doesn't take even more advantage of you. Mom? Which meant you're not going to stop me from working with Sheen anymore.
結局、拒否権はないでしょうし、
I doubt you can refuse him anyways.
かえって不審がられるでしょうからね。
I'm trying to cross my legs without, again, hitting my desk, but it's really hard. I doubt you can refuse him anyways. If I try forcing you away from him, it'll only make matters worse.
私の警告自体は決して忘れないでちょうだい。
Promise me you won't forget my warning.
万が一にもあいつがあなたを死神と見て興味を持ち始めたら、
If for some reason he takes interest in you as
私た
death,
ちのことは構わず、どこかへ身を隠すこと。
okay, mother, we go near with him since you won't give us details, right? Maybe he'll spill some tea. I don't know. He barely talks to me. You must leave everything behind and go into hiding right away, understood? Yes. I was happy that I was finally able to talk to mother and get through to her about what had been doing. Why would she tell me to go into hiding? Does Sheen turn into a werewolf? I returned to my room and sat on my bed. Mother's stern words still echoed in my mind. I wonder what kind of bad things he did. Maybe performing autopsies like before, or maybe he treated commoners badly like the royal guard and royal family. Or is it something worse? Anku's pressing words came to mind. I continued to be plagued by doubts, and my suspicions towards him grew. Of course, not to the extent that I was concerned for my immediate safety. Then again, I wasn't quite sure how I should approach him the next time I saw him. For no real reason, I hugged the lab coat that Sheen gave me to me that day. The lab coat was too large for me to wear, so I tailored it to fit it. It's so like Sheen to give me something within his reach instead of going to the trouble of ordering a new one. She's like, oh, so like him to just do not even the bare minimum, but less than. I didn't really mind what he did. He had saved countless people in this country from the invisible threat of the curse. Threat? Sheen also looked at what I did and evaluated me without any bias. If Sheen were here in front of me, he would probably just tell me that he only gave me his honest evaluation, but I don't want to replace my gratitude towards him with suspicion. And yet, I must, because there's something wrong with him. Unable to come to terms with my own feelings.
その考え方は俺も間違ってないと思うよ。
Yeah, I don't think that you told me what is wrong at all. A few days later, with my leave over, I headed to the institute when I met Yves along the way. He listened to my concerns and responded to me with a nod and words of support. But I also know that it's not good for me to disregard mother and adults' concerns. Yves, from what I just told you, what do you think about Sheen?
俺はシアンさんともまだ付き合いが短いから何とも言えないね。
I don't really know Sheen personally, so there's not much I can
で
say.
もさ、何もそこまで深く考える必要はないんじゃないかな。
Except that you can save yourself some grief by not overthinking it. Huh?
シアンさんはほら、自分は善人じゃないってことを公言してるような人でしょ。
We're talking about Sheen here. He'll tell you himself that he's not a good guy.
だから彼が善人か悪人かなんて、君が答えを出す必要はないと思うんだよね。
I don't think you need to wonder too much about whether he's good or
だっ
bad.
ても、他ならぬ本人が答えを口にしてるんだからさ。
He's already given you the answer. Yves chuckled at my
それにシア
surprise.
ンさんなら、仮に後ろめたいことをしてても、
Even if Sheen was doing something to feel guilt about,
自分から堂々と宣言してくれそうだと思わない？
I'm sure he would do it with pride, totally unrepentant. I was taken aback by Eve's opinion, his honest truths, the facts. He's like, he says he's bad. Accept the truth. Come on, even Sheen would never do such a thing. I mean, I guess I could imagine him doing that, so that means he could do it if you could picture him doing it, right? I chuckled at his joking tone. There was another way of looking at things. Yet, as you've said, I might not fully trust Sheen now, but I was getting to know him better than before.
もちろん、シアンさんが本当に人として許されない罪を犯しているなら、
Of course, if you
話
see
はまた変
Sheen
わってくる
committing
と思う。
heinous crimes, that's a different story.
ただ、具体性やそれを証明する手段が欠けている以上、むやみに疑ったり探る方がずっと危険だと思うよ。
But there's nothing to prove. There's nothing to prove it now. So trying to smoke out his bad side will only put you in a harm's way.
だからとりあえずは、シアンさんにはまだ知らない一面があるんだなっていう心構え程度に留めておいたらどうかな。
Dear goodness. For now, I think it's best to just assume that there's a side to Sheen you don't know about and call it a day. Done deal. Speaking of crimes, hey Lucas. A side I don't know. Eve's advice sank into my head. My heart. Sorry, not my head. My heart. I don't have a head. If I listened to him, I would also be following Mother's advice as well. Thinking about it further, I don't know Sheen well enough to defend or denounce him. Thank you very much, Ease. I feel a lot better now. I think I can get back to working for Sheen again. Good. You smiled brightly in response. A side we don't know looks at the love interest in side characters. Trying to think. Because I'm still trying to think who the bad guy is going to be here in this part. Unless it's just Sheen. Is Sheen going to be the bad guy? That'll be the side. Is he got a split personality? Does he have a clone in his closet of himself that he takes out every 3 days and replaces with himself so that he can get more sleep? Does his mole ever move slightly? No? To show him my thanks, I gave him a few of the sandwiches I prepared for today. How many sandwiches is this girl making? How much money is she getting paid to work here? With a slightly lighter basket of sandwiches in hand, I walked to the Institute in Cernavel. Let myself in. I showed my pass to the guard and nodded as I went through the familiar gates. Did you change into your clothes? I opened the door to Sheen's room, expecting the place to be an utter shambles after the 2-day absence. And it didn't surprise me at all. Still, it wasn't as dusty as or as littered with crumbs as before. At some point, there's gonna be something, right? Something new, and we're gonna be like, hey, wait a second. The room somehow maintains some semblance of being a laboratory. It's really an office more than a laboratory. Just because you have some vials doesn't make this a laboratory. There's nowhere for you really to do science. That desk is not made for science. That side table with beakers on it, not made for science. I need Sheen to clean in this fan disc. The fact that the door was unlocked meant the owner of the room was inside. Sheen? I called that quietly in case he was in the middle of something. He's probably sleeping underneath the desk. Instead of a reply, I heard an unearthly sound coming from the floor. Oh. Is he hiding from us? Is he an actual child playing hide and seek right now? This is the second. Okay. This is the second one of him, like, basically laying down. Why are you laughing, Sheen?
どれだけ同色のピースを用意しようが無駄だ。外枠さえ揃えばこっちのもの。
Oh, he's doing the puzzle. Dude, this is a guy after my own heart. When I first said I wanted to stream, you won't know what I wanted to stream? I wanted to stream doing puzzles. I bought like a bunch of puzzles because I was going to stream puzzles and not games. Oh my goodness. No, my honey pieces are the same color. I can solve it as long as I have the border done. It was a raspy sort of laughter. I looked cautiously and saw Sheen picking up pieces of something from the floor. He was connecting the pieces one by one, matching up the curved edges. What is this? My curiosity couldn't be contained. I held my breath. With each piece Sheen connected, a large picture of vibrant colors began to take shape before my eyes. What is that? Can it be made into an image? No, he must be creating a picture using those colored pieces. I stared, memorized by the sight of it when...
Ah, お前か。
Oh, it's you.
豊島がごねるかと思ったが、存外早く戻ってきたな。
I thought, oh my god, I thought for just a second when I read that, he was talking about like some random person had like come into the room. I thought like you were the old hag or something. And I was like, wait a second. I thought that old bag was going to put up a fight, but I see you were able to return. Sheen had been focused on his activity, turned to address me. Yes, thank you very much for allowing me to take some time off. But Sheen, what are you doing? Sheen didn't dismiss my curious question.
Jigsaw puzzle だ。
It's a jigsaw puzzle? A jigsaw? I had never heard of it before.
一枚の絵を無数のピースに分解し、再び同じ状態に組み立て直すという国外で生まれた娯楽だ。
It's a recreational hobby from the outside world. A picture is separated into pieces so that it can be reassembled.
元はクロード家が翻訳した国外の書に記されていたものでな。
It was originally discovered through one of the books that the Cloud family
専門の
translated.
職人に作らせ時間を見つけては気分転換として組み立てている。
I had a craftsman create a puzzle based on the description, and I've been playing with it when I need a break. Which means, so this is a hobby of
そう
yours.
呼べるものはこれぐらいしかない。
It's about the only hobby I have outside of work. That's interesting. Oh, this is a tough one because both of them sound pretty nonchalant as answers. It was surprising to hear the inventors was amazing. I can't believe this exists. We're 3 for 3 right now on the purple blooming flower. That's amazing. It's like magic. So like people who live outside of this country not only live a long time, but they also have the freedom to think of such a wonderful form of entertainment. Does that mean you could create something like this if we had the same kind of lifespan as others
さす
outside?
がに寿命の長短など意識はしていないだろうが、
I doubt the longevity has much to do with their creativity,
無意
but
識下での影響程度ならあるかもしれんな。ただの思いつきにしては面白い意見だ。
the influence. Oh, what just happened? The influence of longevity must have something to do with it. I admit your thought process is very interesting. My longing gaze lingered on the unfinished puzzle. Sheen? I promise I won't get in your way, so would you mind if I stayed next to you and watched you complete the
パ
puzzle?
ズルを崩したり紛失した瞬間、有無を言わさず叩き出すぞ。
I'm gonna kick you out the moment you break or lose any pieces. Taking that as permission, I knelt by his side to see the completion of the image he was putting together. Can I see it? I want to see the puzzle. I stared at Sheen's hand as he put together the pieces one by one. Each time he found the right piece. Okay, I know I made this joke, not joke, it was a statement. I have the puzzle still. That I bought a bunch of puzzles to put together, but like, I don't think I'd be laughing. It scared me a little when Sheen laughed eerily all by himself, but I was more curious to see what kind of picture would result from the work. So the piece I keep finding scattered across the room were puzzle pieces. I mumbled quietly to not break his focus. I'm glad I didn't throw away these beautiful pieces of art.
まあ、それがお前を駒使いに選んだ理由だからな。
Well, that's the very reason I brought you on board as a maid. Sheen responded nonchalantly as he kept his eyes on the puzzle. Huh? What do you mean? Surprised, I looked up and fixed my eyes on Sheen's face. Sheen also stopped with a piece in his hand.
そのままの意味だ。
It's exactly as I
知
said.
らない者からすれば、このパズルのピースはゴミにしか見えんだろう。
For those who don't know what a jigsaw puzzle is, the pieces must look like trash.
それが原因でダハトたちに勝手に捨てられることが今までにも多々あってな。
In fact, Dahat and a few others have thrown them away, assuming the same. I see. So the personal belongings that Sheen spoke about before were these pieces.
だがその点お前は違う。
But you're different.
お前は見てくれだけでこれらを不要と独断せず、
You found them, and instead of assuming they were
すべ
useless,
てを紛失させずに保管。さらにはすべてのピースを磨き上げてみせた。
Oh. no, I just hit the desk. You keep them aside in one place. You even dusted them off. Sheen turned over one of the shiny black puzzle pieces between his
お前が
fingers.
去った後、それに気づいた俺は確信したわけだ。
I found out that you secured them after you left that day.
共同生活中の振る舞いといい。あの娘はやはり。
That action, along with your actions that time we lived together, made me
他者
realize
の領域を踏み荒らすような度胸は持ち合わせていない。
you don't have the courage to intrude on other people's
ず
domain.
うずうしい人間を厭う俺にとっては実に都合のいい存在だ。とな。
Thanks. I hate people who stand up for themselves, so your personality is convenient to me. He went on to say that was the reason he used his position to make me work for him. Sheen said it matter-of-factly without any signs of guilt. Sheen. So that was it. He was exactly as Eve said he was. I couldn't help but smile at the unexpected reason for my employment. Sheen raised his brow, probably not expecting my
何
reaction.
がおかしい？
What are you smiling about? I'm sorry, it's just a lot of people have complimented me for how well I've cleaned, but most of them never notice the details, or if they do, they don't mention them. So your feedback made me happy. Ah, I knew it. The reason I didn't throw the pieces away was that I was afraid of being scolded for discarding things without your permission. So I'm glad my cowardice helped you in some ways.
煽りがいのない女だ。
You won't even take the bait.
だが
Those
無
two
用な
are
世話を焼かれるよ
perfect.
りはいい。せいぜい
Oh
今
my
後も
stars.
失望させてくれるなよ。
That is hilarious. Okay. It's good that you don't do anything unnecessary, so don't let me down. Right, I'll do my best. My cheeks warmed with joy. Am I crazy to be pleased that he called me convenient? Seeing my reaction. Your hand.
手のひらを開けろと言っている。
Open up your hand. Like this? I revealed my palm to Sheen. I barely caught it. One of the pieces Sheen was holding fell onto the palm of my hand.
そこまで興味があるのなら、試しに1ピースはめてみるか？
If you're that interested, go ahead and try putting a piece in. Are you sure?
構わんから許可している。
I'm sure, which is why I gave you that piece. Thank you very much. I wanted to give it a try since I first saw you working
お
on
も
it.
ちゃを前にした子供か。
You are one to talk. You were just giggling a minute ago. You're like a child with a toy. Oh, I carefully held a piece between my fingers and followed Sheen's example from before. I looked over the entire puzzle. Over here?
違う、強引に押し込もうとするな。もっと色合いや模様を意識しろ。
No, and don't force the pieces in. Look at the color and design. Color and design. They all look the same.
観察眼のないやつめ。ヒントとして大まかな範囲は教えてやるから、あとは自分で考えろ。
I'm gonna agree with her that all these pieces are just green. You got like a field of lilies, my guy. You're got to be kidding me. I'm telling you the general area and look. So figure out where it goes from here. Okay, I'll do my best. Is it here? And she puts it off to the side of the puzzle. I couldn't forget the soft click that from placing the piece in the right place. From what I heard, this particular puzzle was made up of 3,000 pieces. I think the biggest puzzle I have is 1,000. Holy. Sheen wouldn't be able to complete it within a day, even with his talent, so we wrapped up the day by leaving the puzzle in place, secured on one of the small shelves in the room. I'm glad I listened to Eves and didn't try to assume he was a bad person. I feel a little closer to him now. Come to think of it, that was the first conversation I had with him that wasn't about work. It was also the first time Sheen actually praised me directly. I wonder where that piece would appear in the final picture, as I imagined the results of the puzzle.
おや、君ですか。
Hello, Burrow. Hi, Burrow. Are you on your way back? He's a bad person. I admit it. Lucas, go
え
away.
え、ここの道をまっすぐに行った先、 北
I'm
区にある施設で
recruiting
の
people to my
訪問授業を
cult where I murder people. Classic. I just realized one side was higher than the other one was just fell. Oh, read. I am reading. I just finished a lesson at an orphanage in the northern part of the district. My sweet angel. A lesson? That reminds me of what Mother told me. I heard you've been leaving the orphanage a little earlier than usual. He usually spends time chatting with Mother afterwards. Have you been very busy? Lucas nodded with a troubled expression.
ブローの件が解決するまで、各施設での授業を控えていましたから。
I have to refrain from conducting lessons until the Barreau case was resolved. That's not true. I know why he's leaving early. You want to know why? Drum roll. It's because you're not there.
どの施設
So he
でも
doesn't care.
授業がやや遅れていまして、それを取り戻すために毎日数箇所での
He only
授業を
chills out
行っ
because
てい
he
るんで
wants
す。
to see you. That means the curriculum has been delayed. Oh man, I can't. So I've been going to multiple locations every day to catch up. Curriculum. I did it. I knew what the word was. You sound very busy, but I'm sure the children must be happy to see you so often.
だとしたら嬉しいのですが。
I do hope that's the case.
です
Burrow.
が、そういう君もここ最近施設で姿を見かけませんでしたね。
So I haven't been hanging out there lately. By the way, I haven't seen you at the orphanage recently. Lucas, let me see your sister. I don't care about you. I only care about your sister, and I have to save her from a doctor that's evil as well. I'm working outside the orphanage now. I haven't been around much.
なるほど。
I
そうでした
see.
か。いささか心配ですが、君が積極的に外出できるようになったのなら、その成長を喜ぶべきですね。
You don't happen to have a giant bird cage in your living room right now, Lucas, do you? No reason, just asking. You do worry me a bit, but I should be happy to hear that you are willing to step outside more often. Lucas probably had no intention of asking who I was working for, evident by his gentle smile. Personally speaking, there was no reason for me to keep the information hidden. He was as concerned as mother was when it came to his students. I really didn't want to burden him more than he already was. I still mad about the cage and the forced kiss. Yeah, the forced kiss is it. Like the moment that happened, I was like, this is over. This is not a route I like anymore. Like, you can't make this good. So I decided to keep things simple unless he asked me directly. But,
そうだ。
that's right.
君は確か、たびたびサロメさんにセルネボルへの手紙配達を任されていましたね。
I recall that you delivered Sister Salome's letters to Cernavel on occasion.
急ぎの用事がない限り、しばらくはあの区域に近づかない方がよろしいかと。
I suggest you avoid that district unless there's a good reason for you to go. He looked in the direction of my workplace, the institute.
近所の噂で聞き及んだのですが、
I heard through rumors.
何でも変死事件とブローによる被害者のうち、身元が判明している方の一部遺族たちが、
A number of victims from the mysterious suicide and murders by Barreau have been identified.
ろくに対応をしなかった近衛兵に怒りを示し、近いうちに抗議活動を起こすつもりなのだとか。
Their families are very upset that the Royal Guard didn't fulfill their duties, so they are planning to hold a protest
遠
soon.
回しに王族への批判も兼ねるつもりのようで、
Lucas
もし
Barreau
実行されたら
Proust
非常に騒がしいことにな
have
るかと。
superhuman powers. No Royal Guard stands a chance against you. You prove yourself that you could kill all 3,000 people that live in this entire place without any help, because guns don't exist in this universe. It seems that this protest will be against the royal family, so perhaps things may get out of hand. Protest. Something like what the Society of Exorcists does.
それよりもいささか縮小した程度でしょうか。
Perhaps a bit tamer in
あ
scale.
の王族を敵に回すことの意味は、この国に住まう者なら誰でも理解しているでしょうし。
If I keep yawning, we're all going to fall asleep. I'm almost done with my coffee, though, so that means I can switch to my other drink soon. After all, we are very much aware of the consequences of openly voicing distress against the royal family, are we?
教団の抗議活動と比べれば、人数は穏健かつ微々たるものでしょう。
I heard my dog bark again. It scared me. So this one should be somewhat smaller in comparison. Oh, not an acknowledgement. The Royal Guard's base was located near the Institute and the castle. In other words, the researchers who aren't protesting might get caught up just by being within striking distance.
全くです。私も自宅が研究所と隣接しているシュディに近いので。
Indeed, I live close enough to the district where it borders Chaetus. It's no laughing matter to me.
ともあれ、大事には至らないと思いますが、念には念を入れて、君も巻き込まれないよう。
I'm glad he's expressing concern when he's literally the reason the protest is happening, because he is the one who killed all those people, but alright. Pop off, I guess. In any case, I don't think it'll be that bad. But I wanted to let you know for your own safety, just in case. I understand. Thank you for letting me know. Barreau. Please be careful. You murderer. We continued our conversation. Since it had been a while since we last saw each other, he ended up walking me quite a distance until we were near the orphanage. Don't be careful. He missed her so much, he walked her home.
あれ今のって
Isn't that...
仕事帰りの彼女と彼女の教師だっていうリュカさんでしたっけ
Is there a chance that Sheen could get jealous? Is there just a small chance, like the smallest, like the minusculest chance that he might get a little bit jealous that she's hanging out with another guy? Just like a little, maybe. It looks like Leah's heading home from work with her teacher Lucas, was it?
ふーんなんだかとっても仲が良さげですけど
They seem like they get along. Yeah, go tell your boss. Go tell your boss. Oh, good. Are you telling your boss?
一体どういうご関係なんでしょう
Heartless man be
ね
jealous? We're gonna find out. He's a tsundere. This could still happen. I wonder how close they really are.
幻想的な美形同士ああして並んでるところを見るとなんだかお似合いかも
Two beautiful people
Nante.
like them walking side by side. They look like a great match.
一体そいつとはどういう関係なんだ
Just what kind of relationship do you have with
とい
him?
った具合に嫉妬の真似事でもすれば満足か
Aw, no! Is that the sort of jealousy you want to hear from me? Upon returning to the Institute, Dahat tried to get a rise out of Sheen to no avail. Damn it.
少しぐらいはイラッとしたり取り乱してくれるかなって思ってたのに
Man, I was hoping to be at least a little flustered.
ああシアンさんが恋愛感情にでも目覚めてくれればこっちに引き込めるのにな
After... If only I could have awoken... You could have woken to love, then I'd be able to drag you to my faction, Sheen. You 80-year-old man going after an 18-year-old.
本人を前にしてよく言うな
I'm surprised you're telling me this.
気づかれているのに隠しても意味ありませんからね
Not like hiding something you probably already knew would do me any good.
でも真面目なお話彼女のことはどう思ってるんです
But seriously, what are your thoughts about her?
シアンさんが自分からお世話係を雇いたいなんて言い出すの僕初めて聞きましたよ
I mean, she's the first person you've ever wanted to hire and let into your space.
お前も含め今までが
The
大
hot
概
this
だっ
might
た
still
だ
happen,
けだ
it's fair. Everyone here irritates me, including you.
確かに俺はあれの気質と仕事ぶりをそれなりに評価している
I admit I have a fair amount of appreciation for her temperament and work performance. That is the nicest thing Sheen has ever said about me.
だがそれはあくまで人材として
But she is strictly an employee.
お前が望むような感情を向ける予定は今もこれからもない
Unfortunately for you, I have no plans for love towards her or anyone else.
あなんだか僕が尋ねたせいで告白してもいないのに彼女が失恋したような雰囲気に
Oh,
なんだか妙な罪悪感
and now I kind of feel bad because it sounds like she just got rejected before anything even happened. Keep telling yourself that, Sheen, I will make you love me. Yeah. The hot looked at Sheen with a serious
彼女が
expression.
尽くしてくれるのを当然のこととして受け取らない方がいいですよ
Let me remind you that it's not a good idea to take her for granted.
シアンさんのことだからお世話してもらってもありがとうの一言すら伝えてないんでしょ
Knowing you, I bet you haven't even said thank you once since she started.
何を言うかと思えばそんな話か
If you have to ask, you already know.
言われなくとも腕飾りの弁償とはまた別に労働への相応の対価は払う予定になっている
I have plans to pay her for her labor minus the cost of the broken
待
bracelet.
遇としては十分に整っているはずだ
I have more than enough for her salary.
そういうことじゃなくて心理的な問題と言いますか
It's not what I'm trying to say. It's more about courtesy.
部下の気力ややる気を維持させてあげることもいい上司の条件ってことですよ
Maintaining strong morale among subordinates is part of being a good
日頃
supervisor.
の感謝を込めて贈り物をするとかいつもとは違う業務を割り振って気分転換をさせてあげるとか
You can
いろ
show
いろあ
your
るでしょ
gratitude through special gifts or occasionally assigning a different task to break up the monotony monotony, you know?
研究員ならシアンさんの持つ才能とそれに向けられる尊敬によって御すことができるでしょうけど、
Sorry, that was a lot of words. I thought I'd have a chance to drink this. To use other researchers as an example, you can control them with your talent and by using their respect towards you, Sheen.
彼女はあくまで一
But
般人なん
she
ですから。
is an ordinary girl.
面倒くさい。
This is getting tiring.
はあ、もういいです。そんなに彼女から愛想をつかされたいのなら、どうぞご自由に。
Fine. You really want her to become disgusted by you, be my guest. He grumbled about how he finally found the right hire only to be bothered by it. Sheen then remembered his many subordinates who couldn't keep up with his pace and left the institute.
まあ参考程度に記憶に留めておくか。
I guess I can keep what he said in mind. It is Beauty and the Beast, and he is the beast right now. He etched what he heard into his brain. He then shook his head and changed the
そ
subject.
んなことよりも、お前の研究の方はどうなっている、ダハト。
Enough about this. How is the progress on your end, Dahat?
ああ、
Uh,
えへへ、順調も順調ですよ。この調子なら次の学会でシアンさんの度肝を抜くことだって不可能じゃ。
moving swimmingly, and at this rate, I'll probably blow you out of the water at our next conference, and
今
then
なら撤回を許してやる。
quit while you're ahead.
ごめんなさい。見え張りました。僕ら第一班は去年から特に進展なしです。
Sorry for glossing over the details. Nothing new to report from the team one. Sheen squinted his eyes as if he
お
knew.
前がこだわるメモリーの強化の研究は、ここ10年以上目立った研究成果がない。
You've been adamant about expanding memory capacity, but you haven't had any results in over a decade.
今まではお前の能力と功績を考慮し、見逃してきたが、それにも限度がある。
I've let you be due to your intelligence and achievements, but I have my limits.
この1年以内に成果を出さなければ、本格的に第一版の取り潰しを検討するぞ。
Okay, finish that. I have my other drink now. Actually, I have this drink too. I have so many drinks. Look, I had this one. I just finished this one. This is my Post Malone Canes cup. We have all 4 of them because he's just such a great guy. Why wouldn't you go to Raising Canes and get all the cane cups? Put that over there now. If you don't get any results within the year, I'll have to consider dismantling you. So when you say within the year, hear me out. I just need some clarification. 12 months from now or the end of this year? What month is this?
わかってますよ、そんなことを。
Yes, I figured you would. The hot pouted. He knew his research area was a niche subject at the Institute. He also knew that funds he received for that research weren't going out of pure goodwill.
はあ、それこそシアンさんが手を貸してくれればすぐにでも進展するんですけどね。
You know I'd make greater advancements if you would help, Sheen.
何を好き好んで疎ましい感じを継続させる手伝いなんぞしなければならん。
I will not waste any time on researching bothersome emotions. They did get along, but their values and ideas were opposing ends.
ダハト、早いところ俺の元について、リライバー技術者としての本分を果たせ。
They might get some new results in this game or second game. I need that second game now. I saw, so when I was researching this one, I was looking up, because I always make my thumbnails with like actual backgrounds and stuff, that there's a second one already that just released in Japan. And I'm like, what? I want the after story. I need more. And it showed a really cute picture of Anku and her like standing side by side. I was like, oh, they're beautiful. So I'm excited. But also, my real thought is, do I have to play all 6 stories and get all the bad endings before I can replay them and get the good endings? Like, or is it just to Eve's chapter and then I can go back and get good endings? You saw it too? It's so cute! I haven't done any of the after stories. I know even Collar X Malice has like an after story that you can play, and I think it's a few years later or something like that. I haven't got that one. And Amnesia did after story, and I played Amnesia, but I didn't stream Amnesia because I played that so long ago. I had it back when it was like an app on your phone, if I remember correctly. That or I played it on the Vita. It's one of those two. I just can't remember. And so I was like, oh, I never did the after story. The hot just drop what you're doing and work on my project like the others.
この国に必要なのは感情などではなく効率。
What this country needs isn't emotions, but efficiency.
高性能な器を迅速に生産し、有益に使い捨てるための研究だ。
Our research is meant to manufacture high-speed vessels quickly and effectively.
その意見ももっともですね。
I understand what you're saying.
でもまだ時間があるなら、ギリギリのギリギリまで抵抗させてもらいます。
The hot is like so sweet and genuine. If you turn out to be evil, I'm gonna be so mad, the hot. But I still have some time left, so if you don't mind, I'm gonna do what I can until the very, very, very last second.
僕とシアンさんはいわゆる人でなし同士ですが、
Other people see us too as inhuman, but
僕はまだもう少しだけ人間寄りでいたいので。
I'd rather keep trying my best to stay on the human side. The hot smiled playfully as if to say he wouldn't back down. At least he's got passion. I would almost say he's got a love and passion. Because I feel like love trickles into not just like emotional love with other people, but like you can't really be passionate, I feel like, without kind of having love in that. I don't know. Seems strange to say that you can't bring it, but they also say that all the emotions are stored in your heart, which is also inaccurate. Hang on, my cords literally just got all tangled up on each other. Probably because I keep setting my controller down. You two shouldn't be wrapped around this many times. Okay, we're free. We're free. The next day. Not gonna lie, the moment I saw Dahat's hair, I was like, he's evil. I thought so too, because he also showed up like in a car and he was like, come, get in this car now. And I'm like, oh, it's a bad guy. Hey, is that?
所長がダハトさん以外の部下。それも女を引き連れて歩くなんて。
The director has a new subordinate besides Dahat, and it's a girl to boot. Yeah? I looked down at the floor as I ignored the stares of the institute staff. Sheen, I don't think it's a really good idea for me to follow you into the laboratories. I definitely did not belong. I couldn't think how to react as I hunched over in response to the glaring from all around. As I cowered behind his back, Sheen boldly proceeded through the hallway leading to the joint laboratory.
散々この部屋を出入りしておきながら何を今更。
Surprised to hear you say that for as long as you've been here.
共同研究室などよりも俺の部屋に保管されている資料やデータの方がよほど貴重だぞ。
The materials and data I have in my room are far more valuable than the ones they have in the joint lab. But.
俺の補助をすると、そう申し出たのはお前だろう。
It's just pretty.
それとも、あれは口先だけか。
You're the one who said you wanted to help me. Or was that just a lie? No, not at all. I meant what I said.
なら黙ってついてこい。
Then shut up and follow me. Wait! I chased after Sheen as he strolled even faster down the hallway. I walked through the doors into a bright room. Before my eyes was a place that looked like a different world. Phantasmal even. But the place still felt strangely unnatural.
ここが共同研究室。誓約書に基づき、死亡した人間をリライバーとして蘇らせるための施設だ。
This is the joint laboratory. This is where those who sign the pledge are revived as relivers. So this is the place. Weird. Despite the message relayed in advance to the researchers, it must have been strange for them to see a commoner like me in such a place. I'm just this worm here. As if the researcher's staring meant nothing, Sheen signaled me to follow after him. We headed towards a large ring of light with panels floating above. We stood in front of a large stone slat with lights displayed mysterious glyphs. It's so pretty. I was expecting to find myself in a room filled with drugs, tanks, and more, like I had seen drawn in many books.
リライバー技術を直に見るのは初めてか？
Is this the first time you've seen a Reliver laboratory? Yeah, I'm human. Yes, I've never seen Reliver technology in action
そ
before.
うか。なら一連の流れを説明する必要がありそうだが。
Am I gonna run this machine? Am I now the person? Am I the person that's making Relivers real? Yes, yes, yes. Do I have a new job? I see that means I'll need to explain the sequences of events, but I'll touch on it later.
お前には今日一日、ここで俺の補助に専念してもらう。
For now, I want you to focus on supporting me as needed. The fact that he keeps on this belt that would look like, you know, like somebody would holster a gun on, but it has 4 vials. And it looks like 2 yellows, a red, and a blue. What is in this? And why do you need it on your person at all times? For now, I want you to focus on supporting me as needed.
とは言っても、やることはいつもと変わらん。研究員に割り振るでもない、細々とした雑用ばかりだ。
That said, I'm not asking for anything special. I simply need you to handle common chores that I can't ask my other researchers. Understood. I guess I can handle that. But you've only had me take care of cleaning your room, so why this now? Oh, he's taking...
部下の気力ややる気を維持させてあげることも、
Be a good
日頃の感謝
supervisor.
を込めて贈り物をするとか、いつもとは違う業
Give
務
him
を
a
割り
different
振って、
task.
別に。特に理由はない。
No reason in particular. Okay. Then again, I doubt this is a place I can enter without having a good reason. A short while later, Sheen began giving commands to his subordinates stationed around the area. I stood a couple steps behind Sheen and watched everything take place.
今日はバージョンアップしたシステムによる新規リライバー量産テストを丸1日かけて行う予定になっている。
We're going to be spending the whole day testing the newly manufactured Relivers created with an updated system in
実
place.
験が始まったら俺は手を離せん。この施設についてわからないことがあれば今のうちに聞いておけ。
Dear. I can't do anything else once the test begins, so if there's something you need to know about the laboratory, ask me now. What's in that back room? What's over there? What's this? Look at her. She's gone now. What's...
ああ、大量の数字が羅列されている光の柱のことか。
You mean the pillar of lights with the number matrix? Yeah, it's really fascinating and strange with all the zeros
あ
and
れは
ones.
バックアップされた人間の記憶を保管するための専用サーバーだ。
That is a dedicated server used to store the memories that were backed up into our system.
厳密に言えば数値に変換された人間の記憶をだがな。
To be specific, what you see there are memories stored as numbers. Matrix! Is it possible to store thousands of memories in such a small pillar of light with just numbers?
サーバーから見れば人間一人分のデータなど砂一粒にも満たないサイズだ。
A single person's data is probably about the size of a grain of sand in terms of service size.
数万人、数十万人ならまだしも。
Then
の国の
why
人
can't we
口程
fit
度
more
で容
memory
量
in
が
their
オーバー
hearts?
することは絶対にありえん。
Things might be different with tens of millions of people, but our population we have now, oops, sorry, we have enough to hold everyone here. That's true. They said you have 3,000 people here, so he's got enough memory. That's really felt like some kind of fantasy. What should I ask about? What's in the back room?
あれは被験体の脳から記憶を引き出すための装置が設置されている隔離室だ。
What you see there is an isolation room with devices needed to extract memories from the subject's brains. I only see a large device and some seats. How does it work?
この特殊なヘッドギアを用いる。
We use this special headgear. Sheen slid his fingers across the stone slate to display a picture of a heavy-looking lump. He opened another screen and began to explain.
生物の記憶というもの
I
は
got words.
脳内部の海馬、大脳皮質という部位にファイルされていることは知っているな。
Living beings retain memory as files in parts of their brains known as the hippocampus and if I said that right, and the cerebral cortex. Hippocampus, a part of the brain that retains memories and affects spatial cognition. Okay. Cerebral cortex, the uppermost layer of the brain that controls and processes emotions, senses, memories, and thoughts. Whew.
それを前提として話を進めるぞ。
Keep that in mind as you listen. You got it. Weak electrical signals ran throughout the human mind and body to make the person function. First, the living original wears special headgear. Next, unique signals are sent to the brain. This strengthens the electric signals known as synapses running through parts of the brain. The process makes it easier to transmit memories through the hippocampus. I don't think I'm saying that right. And the cerebral cortex. Another electrical signal is sent immediately after. This establishes a route to the frontal lobe. From there, memories are extracted and saved into the memory server located at the center of this room. Memory server, a place where people's memories are backed up to be used when they become relivers. To summarize, you control the electric current running through the brains to save memories.
そういうことだ。あとはオリジナルが死亡次第、作成したクローン体にその記憶をダウンロードすれば作業は完了だな。
Okay. Indeed, the reliver process is complete once the original dies and their memories are downloaded into the person's clone body. I've somehow kept up with Sheen's explanation. I learned about how it generally works in class, but looking at the actual place is just overwhelming. The technology seemed to be a gift from God.
理解したか？では実験を開始する。
Got it? Now then let's get started.
まずはバージョンアップしたシステムを用いて2体生産だ。各自速やかに配置につけ。
First, we'll create 2 clones using the upgraded system. Everyone get your 2 places now. Sir! As Sheen's voice echoed, the researchers immediately took action. What about me?
お前の仕事はこれからだ。指示を飛ばすまで見学でもしていろ。
Your work will come soon enough. Just watch until I give you the instructions. Okay. She's like, I'd rather be cleaning. Don't listen to your friends. I took a few steps back and watched Sheen from behind. It's not hard. He likes to flaunt it. Seeing me put distance between us, Sheen raised his palm above the stone slab.
生体、遺伝子、セキュリティの認証を開始。
Scanning. Fingerprints. Voice. Genes. Security cleared.
最高責任者、シアン・ブロフィワーズの名のもとに、リライバー生産システムを起動します。
CEO. Sheen Brofiise. Confirmed. Initiating Reliver manufacturing system. An inorganic voice echoed throughout the room. It's beautiful. What? Suddenly, the server and light disappeared and a large egg-like capsule appeared. Inside the capsules were small bubbles rising lazily to the top, making popping noises.
管理コード6845790体細胞から遺伝子を含んだ核の抽出成功
Control code 6845790. Extracting genes and nuclei from somatic cells complete.
まずはこっちによこせ。シミュレーションと同時に遺伝子配列を確認。異常があればこちらで編集する。
Give them to me. Initiate the simulation and confirm the DNA sequence. I will edit them if there are any anomalies.
はい更新システムの反映を確認全データ送信完了しました
I accidentally kicked the table. Sir, the system has been updated. All data has been sent. Sheen read the letters and numbers scrolling at incredible speed on the floating display.
試験通り、前のバージョンより体細胞分裂の速度が上がっているな。まあひとまずはこんなものか。
The speed of mitosis is much faster than the previous version. Just as the test confirmed, I suppose everything's working as expected. Ooh, okay, wait a second. Are they running tests on prisoners? To test if their things are working? Would that make them evil? I know that Sheen does not see people as people because, like, you just become a reliver. That's just a husk.
遺伝子配列や染色体にも問題はない。
It's like, I'm a cicada, and that is just
そのまま続行
the
する。
skin I'm going to burst out of at some point. The DNA sequence and chromosomes are clear. I don't need to do much now, so continue with the process.
おいダハドは王族の接待で遅れるのだったか。ならそこの第一班所属。
Ah, Dahat, that's right. You're gonna be late since you're entertaining the royal family. You with Team 1.
あいつの代理としてメモリーの形成の経過観察を行う。
Monitor the progress of the heart construction in his place.
はいですが所長副所長が提出
I just saw Sheen and Anku merch on Instagram. They look so cute. Is it actual official merch or is it fan merch? Because I don't need it, but I might want it. Sir, excuse me, but regarding increasing the memory capacity that the deputy director brought up,
検証もない未完成の研究を組み込むわけがないだろうが、余計なことは考えず俺の指示に従え。
of course I'm not going to incorporate results that haven't been tested. All you need to do is listen to my order.
了解しました
Understood.
クローン生成進行率 67%。
Official? Clone creation process 67%.
脳の生成完了。メモリーの生成完了。最大容量に変化なし。
Oh my goodness. Brain construction complete. Heart construction complete. No change to capacity. Let's see, let's see. Oh no. I clicked on something. Can I find it? Can I find merch? That's the game. Oh, that's the company. Is it on here? I'll have to send it to me. I can't find it. They're carried sweets too. Brain construction complete. Heart construction complete. No changes to capacity.
クローン体と記憶の適合を確認。このまま全データのダウンロードを実行しますか？
Clone body and memory match. Confirmed. Continue downloading current data.
許可する。
Proceed. I gotta watch how they make clones. He quickly gave his command, and in an instant the capsule at the center began to shine brightly.
眼球をやられるぞ。それが嫌なら目を閉じろ。
If you don't want to burn your eyes, close them now. Sheen raised his arms up and blocked my eyes. Oh, how chivalrous. Suddenly I heard the sounds of a heart beating not inside me, but outside. A miracle. No. It was a gifted scientist who crystallized the essence of an egg, the center of all life. This was a life created by human hands. Who's coming out? Ah, nice. Woman C, I would like you to meet Girl D. She's back at the orphanage. A person was born without a cry in clear water, similar to amniotic fluid. Amniotic fluid. Gross. Disgusting. Time passed as more relivers were born. The 4 women were wrapped in sheets and led outside to the examination room to assess the condition of their new bodies. That should do. I was cleaning up the floor littered with broken shards from the capsule. These don't feel like glass. I wonder what they're made of. The shards were all rather large, and I wondered whether ease of cleanup was considered in its design. The liquid that gushed out of the capsule evaporated the moment it came into contact with the air. I reflected with awe on how mysterious reliver technology really was.
それでどうだった？
So, what do you think?
感想だ。リライバーが生まれる瞬間を見たのは初めてなんだろ？
Your opinion, was that the first time you saw relivers being born, right? It felt sacred. Well, felt overwhelming. That's 4 now. We're 4 without having to restart. The sight was overwhelming. I suppose that's the result of humans creating miracles with their own hands.
エクソシスト教団からすれば、その奇跡は神への反逆、あるいは生命への冒涜らしいがな。
According to the society, that miracle you just witnessed is an act against God and sacrilegious against, oh gosh. Nope. Sacrilege against life. I tried. I guess they could say that depending on how you look at things, but at the very least, it's true that you're accomplishing something godlike by growing life.
数ヶ月程度で開発した技術が神の偉業。
What took me a few months is godlike, is it? Well, it just proves how gifted you are, Sheen. I heard from a few employees clear their throats to remind us of their presence. I'm so sorry to bother you during your break. Let me get some tea for everyone. I turned around and left Sheen to head towards the door when I felt pain press against my neck. My new loose lab coat slipped down my shoulders until the bottom hem reached the floor. I felt a hard footstep pinning the hem down while I was being restrained. Got you. It was a sportive Dahat who followed Sheen's orders earlier. Everyone's eyes focused on us and the room fell silent.
お前、所長の前で何やってるんだよ。冗談にしても笑えないぞ。
Hey, this is no time to joke around, especially with a director here.
とっととそのナイフを下ろせって。
There's a knife? That's right, put the knife down already.
誰が冗談でこんなことをするか。
Shut up, this is no joke. The man responded to everyone's plea with yelling. He then raised the knife and scratched my cheek. Everyone realized he was dead serious and they all slowly took a full step back. If he has a knife, my guys, he was serious to begin with. Some quietly moved towards the stone slate, probably to try and notify the guards outside, but... Don't move. Try anything and she gets it. My body shook with fear as I felt the edge of the weapon that could take my life.
だったらせめてその子を離せ。お前の目的は知らないが、部外者を巻き込む理由はないだろう。
I'm not a reliver, my guy. I'll die. I'd be deaded. Fine. Fine. Then at least let her go. I don't know what you want, but there's no reason to involve an outsider.
そうだ。僕たちとは違ってその子はまだバックアップを取っていないんだぞ。
Yeah, unlike us, she hasn't uploaded a backup
ああ、
yet.
知っているさ。だからこそこいつを人質として選んだんだからな。
Sir, do you want to die? Technically, our suitor has not shown actual real interest in us outside of this random task he gave us that is now going to risk our lives, which was Dehut's idea. This was his idea. But she is death. But Anku's suppressing her death abilities, which is why I almost feel like it's silly that she is death if she has no death abilities right now. I know that. That's exactly why I took her as my hostage. Hostage? For what purpose? I am not a hostage. Why are you doing this? I quietly spoke to him without moving so I wouldn't provoke him unnecessarily. I heard you can't bring any weapons inside the institute no matter what. If you have that in your hand, you must have been planning this for a long time.
その通りだ。
Yeah, that's right.
悪いが俺が目的を達するまでお前にはこのままでいてもらう。
Sorry, but I need you to stay still until I get what I want.
したが最後この場で首をかっ切ってやるからな。
Take one step and I'm gonna cut your throat. Got it? I held my breath, understanding from the tone of his voice what he meant. Seeing that I had no intentions of struggling, he focused his sights on a certain man. He looked straight at Sheen, standing in the middle of the laboratory. He tightened his grip on me and resumed shouting.
聞こえているな、シアンブロフィアーズ。この女、恋人の命が惜しいのなら。
You hear me, Sheen Brophy? If you want to save her life.
今すぐ所長の権限をダハトさんに譲渡し、バックアップデータを破棄した上でこの場で死ね。
Yeah, he don't. That's a lot. I'm sorry. What? Relinquish your authority as director to Dahat. Delete your backup data and kill yourself here and now. That's a lot. Huh? Stab me. Startled by his demand, I looked up at the man in surprise. On the other hand, Sheen was so unalarmed that he only shrugged. He is heartless, so why in the hell is he care about us?
な
LOL.
るほど。第一班の過激派か。
I see. An extremist in Team 1.
そんなに俺が第一班メモリーの研究の取り潰しを提案したのが気に入らなかったか？
You must have taken great offense to my suggestion that Team 1's memory expansion progress be discontinued.
所長の権限を利用して陰湿な真似しやがって。
Of course. How dare you abuse your authority as director to do something so underhanded?
お前の悪意で副所長や俺たちがどれだけ惨めな思いをしたと思っている。
Thank you. I have snacks now. It's because of you that Deputy Director and our team are
い
struggling.
くら相入れないとはいえ、市場で研究の取り潰しなど決定するか。
I have dumplings and shrimpies and rice, but it's hot and I don't like stuff that's hot, so I'm going to give it a second to cool down. We may have our differences, but emotion has nothing to do with my decision.
あの提案はあくまで長年成果を上げていない第一班への最終通告。
My proposal was a final warning in response to Team 1's achieving no results for years.
第一、人質を使って無理やり要求を通そうとする方がよほど陰湿だと思うのは
Am I the only one who thinks taking a hostage to have your demands met is far more underhanded?
黙れ。お前みたいな悪魔にだけは言われたくない。
Shut up. You have no right to say that, you
お
demon.
前さえ死ねば。
You. If only you were dead.
ダハトさんがここの所長になって人間の感情を切り捨てずに生かそうとしてくれる。
Dahat would be the director and he would work to keep emotions in humans. You're very emotional right now, my guy.
俺が研究員になったのはその手伝いをするためだ。お前みたいな人手なしに従うためじゃない。
I became a researcher only to aid his efforts, not to follow orders from someone so inhumane. Human inhuman. At that, Sheen's expression changed to that of lethargy. And
付き合いきれん。
what a waste of time. Of all the things he could do, he turned his back on us.
そら、休憩は終わりだ。こんなダダに構ってないで全員自分の持ち場に戻れ。
Come on, break is over. Leave him alone and go back to your
メ
stations.
モリー管理を放棄したそこのバカに代わって、俺が並列で処理を行う。
He obviously has not suited to keep control of the memory, so I'll carry out his duties and mine simultaneously. And with that, he began to give his usual orders as though nothing had happened. The others looked at each other with confusion. Hey, Ninja. How's streaming today? You've been missing probably one of the most wild rides I've had in a while. This lovely story is the darkest Atomi game I've ever played. And you have to get all the bad endings before you can even have one good ending. So it's been a very interesting time. Da-da. What? The man and the researchers were stunned. The genius didn't mind anyone's expression and proceeded to touch the stone slate. I felt the knife slowly pierce the skin of my cheek.
強がりも大概にしろよ。この娘がお前にとって特別な存在だっていうのはとっくに分かってるんだ。
Stop joking around. I already know this girl is special to you.
何しろ数十年と孤高であり続けたお前が初めて連れ回し始めた女だからな。
She's the only girl you ever kept by your side. He don't care about us, you fool. Sigh.
今さら恋人を作っておいて感情が不要だなんてどの口が。
Ooh, oh my goodness. You have the gall to say we don't need emotions when you have a
い
lover?
いぞ。そんなにその娘を殺したければ、
Go ahead.
いつでも好きなように殺せ。
If you want to kill her, do as you please. Huh? I knew it. I chuckled internally, as it was so like Sheen to respond in this manner, but the others around me were frozen by his indifference.
その娘を雑用係として重宝しているのは確かだが、命に変えて欲するほどでもない。
Dang. It's true that I have made use of her abilities for everyday housekeeping, but I don't need her to any great extent.
そいつを犠牲にしてことが済むなら、喜んで見放すが。
If sacrificing her will satisfy you, perhaps Yui can finally move on. Huh? Huh? Everyone here, including myself, gasped at Sheen's nonchalance. I don't know why you gasped. The man holding me began to shake with rage.
知られない。こんな若い少女を我が身可愛さに見捨てるっていうのか。
You want the smartest man. Let's get over the fact that he's an asshole. He's a total asshole. You want the smartest man in the world to not just die. You want him to kill himself, delete his data, to save the life of a girl who is basic. She's basic. She's a basic girl. She says it herself all the time. She's like, me, just this little commoner crawling around from orphanage to orphanage. Me. Why would he do that? Why would he agree to that? Like, it's not like you're just telling him, give up. You're telling him to die. Like, that's not how that works. Unbelievable. Are you telling me that you're willing to sacrifice her for your own convenience? These characters are so stupid. He's heartless. When he ever shows emotion? Yeah, he hasn't yet.
ここまで冷血なやつだとは思わなかった。この子だってきっとお前が助けてくれると信じていたはずなのに。
Damn it, I never knew you'd be this cruel. I bet she wants you to save her too, and you're just... if I may, I finally spoke up. Excuse me, actually, I have a voice. Thank you for acknowledging me. I finally spoke up after watching the entire scene unfold. If you don't mind.
権力争いの餌食になりたくなければ、仮
Bye
に
by
お
this
前
rule.
を人質に取られても、俺は何もしない。
I won't do anything, you understand? Sheen warned me about this when I started here. It was my fault for not being careful enough. So I can't ask Sheen for help now. I'll take responsibility for my own actions.
お前も何を言ってるんだ。
If it was me, I'd be like, I don't expect him to save me. That's what she basically just said. What the hell are you saying? I could say the same to him. You said you think I'm his lover, but we don't have that kind of relationship. Sheen pays me well for my work I do, but we hardly ever speak. You mean I'm not important enough to be used as a hostage against Sheen? Sheen grinned, hearing my response.
それで、どうする？
What now?
その娘を殺そうが殺すまいが、 捨て身の脅迫は無駄に終わるわけだが。
Oh my god. Whether you kill her or not, your efforts will be for nothing.
本当にこの娘がどうなってもいいのか。
You really don't care what happens to her?
構わんと言っているだろう、しつこい男だな。これ以上俺の時間を浪費する気なら、
I told you already, didn't I?
突き立ててくれ。
Kill her and get it over with so that we don't have to waste any more time. The man bit down on his lip, vexed that his final threat didn't accomplish anything. Forcing Sheen to commit suicide was akin to treason against the country. He would likely be arrested and subjected to capital punishment. He may want to risk his own life, but he shouldn't risk Sheen's. Do I bite him? I gripped my lab coat and pulled with all my might. The part that was pinned under his foot lifted slightly, throwing him off balance. Taking advantage of this opportunity, I shook off my lab coat and ran forward. Why, you? He reached out to grab my clothes, but...
さて、俺もいい加減時間が欲しい。
Like I said, stop wasting my time. Sheen swiftly moved past me and approached the man. The man's eyes widened in shock
好き
and...
に殺せとは言ったが、何もしないとは言っていないからな。
I did say you could kill her, but I didn't say I wouldn't do nothing about it. Yeah. You punched the man across the cheek with brute force. If the random stranger plans to use MC as a hostage, at least get some details about hostage relationship with someone you hate. I mean, in his mind, she is the first girl that he's like had around. But assuming they're lovers though is a bit intense. Like that's a step too far.